अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूं शीता ब्लैक पाकिस्तान से और मेरी उम्र है 22 साल और मैं एक वार्म ऐप क्रिएटर हूं और साथ में कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूं।
Hello.
असल में मैं टिकटॉक यूज़ कर रहा था तो मेरे सामने एक वार्म ऐप की वीडियो आती है, तो बस उसी से इंस्पायर होकर मैंने वार्म ऐप बनाना शुरू कर दिए। और मुझे याद है कि मेरा पहला मैप गन फाइट के रिलेटेड था। असल में मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो जब भी मैं वार्म ऐप बनाता हूँ तो उसकी वीडियो जो है वो मैं टिकटॉक पे डाल देता हूँ, तो वहाँ से लोग देखकर वार्म मैप खेलते हैं। तो इस तरह मैं वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न करता हूँ। वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम के आने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मुझे और अच्छे और वायरल मैप्स बनाने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका रिवार्ड बहुत अच्छा था और इसी वजह से इसका कंपटीशन और बढ़ गया था और बहुत से क्रिएटर वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल हो रहे थे। जो लोग वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल होना चाहते हैं उन्हें चाहिए कि वो मैप इस तरह बनाएं कि लोगों को पसंद आए और वो खेलें, तभी आप वाउन संडे प्रोग्राम से अर्न कर सकते हैं। टिकटॉक क्रिएटर होने के नाते मुझे इससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है। जब भी मैं वार्म ऐप की वीडियो टिकटॉक पर अपलोड करता हूँ तो मेरे फॉलोअर जो हैं वो कमेंट करते हैं, जिससे मुझे और क्रिएटिव मैप्स बनाने में मदद और आइडिया मिलता है।
And hi everyone, my name is Diet Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023 and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now, we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls if anybody.
Yesterday, on day 2 of the PMCO EEU 2025 semifinals, we had a team being able to get 3 chicken dinners out of 5. My name is the 7W, and I'm excited to see what's going to be happening here on the final day as a man that does have already a chicken dinner on his side. It's none other than Sandstorm. Sandstorm, how are we feeling today?
Excited, ecstatic to say the least, because we finally get to find out who are going to be the 16 teams that qualify. And also, just a quick shout out, hello Group B, and welcome to, I guess we're going to decide your demise. We're going to decide your destiny today and find out if you're going to make it or if unfortunately what you did in day 1 and day 2 wasn't enough. I'm excited to see what's going to happen, because they're going to be going through the emotions with us today. And yeah, here they are.
That's right, because today is going to be going back to Group A, and Group C is coming back with that fire. By the way, Kodiak was that team that was able to get those 3 chicken dinners out of 5 yesterday. And I'm with you. Group B is going to have to sit pretty. We've been hyping it up. We've been saying that this time was going to come. Well, guess what? It is here now. There is some teams that we're definitely going to be looking at, and more like it's not really a viewing party for some of these teams. It might be a little bit of suffering.
Yeah. And I want to say, like, there's going to be 2 different aspects that we're going to be looking at throughout today's games. And that's going to be, I want to say, like, the teams that are going to be fighting for top 3, top 4. So, for example, Boars weren't present yesterday. And I want to see what they're going to be able to perform once again, specifically in Miramar. That is one of their strongest maps. Top 4, both games that we've seen in day 1 when they were participating. So, I want to see who's going to be fighting for that top 1 spot. Obviously, Abe, not much you can do now, Kodiak is going to be going for that number 1, but I want to see if there's going to be any more competition, if the consistency is going to be there. And of course, something that you want to talk about, I believe, 7, the teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
That's right. Kodiak is going to be able to take over that number 1 spot easily. I definitely want to focus on that 16th place. And the reason why is if for some reason you were missing the first 2 days of the semifinals, how dare you? But I'm glad that you're finally here with us. But the first 16 teams are going to be moving on to the grand finals next Friday and Saturday. That's why we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. So for teams like Nexus Gaming, for all of these other teams that are coming in from Group A that might have not had a good performance, one, Alpha Esports, I know we kind of talk about them, but this is, if they don't even want to get a chance at going to the grand finals, they need to be able to start off hot. And also for Group B, one that we were talking about yesterday was YBAB. This team was able to do enough to get 36 points. Our prediction cutoff point was between 30 to 35, so we'll see if that will stand or if it's going to be even lower or higher.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that's very interesting, especially with how top heavy. I want to say we've had like 2 teams just dominate. Like you mentioned yourself at the beginning of the broadcast, 3 chicken dinners for Kodiak out of 5 games, and I believe even the last game was the only one where they actually suffered a loss early on, and they were taken out. They didn't get any points, I believe, from that one, but they were still able to maintain an average of 17 points, 16 points with a fraction per game, which is mad. Because we were thinking, hey, day 1 was insane. Ape Esports had an average of like 12, 13 points. Wow, magnificent. And then we get these guys coming in, 12, rookie numbers. I'm going to come in with 15, 16, 17 average. It's like, okay, fair point. Now I want to see more. Because we mentioned how important consistency is. Now you have to show it, Kodiak. You gave us 3 chicken dinners. I want to see at least 1 from you today.
Yeah, I think I remember going back and watching the final of day 1, and I was like, yeah, I'm expecting some teams from Group B to be able to show up. I just don't see anybody being able to pass the performance of Abbey Esports. Boy, it seems like Kodiak was like, all right, 7, we've heard you. We take that as a challenge. Watch this. And that's exactly what they ended up doing with those 84 points that they were able to score. By the way, on that final Miramar, they weren't able to score any placement points, but they still ended up getting eliminations. So one way or another, that team's being able to get eliminations. And the reason why, you mentioned it too, it is a top heavy. Which teams from Group A coming in today after having a day off, after being able to go back to the drawing board, being able to VOD review, and on top of that, watch what Kodiak and some of the other teams were able to do yesterday. How are they going to be readjusting? What is going to be the game plan here? Because for a lot of them, it's going to be now or never. They're not going to be able to have any mulligans this time. It is the final day for the semifinals.
Exactly. 5 games, 5 matches that stand between you and qualifying through the top 16 or ending your esports journey for 2025. For now, you take a little break for a couple of months and then you come back with the second season and give it another shot. But I think just keep on practicing regardless. Because to give you guys an idea one more time, in case, you were crazy enough to miss day 1 and day 2, like 7 said. Seriously? But yes, one thing that you have to look out for is a team can make it from PMCO to PMGC to the Global Championship. Yes, you can make it starting your journey here. Now, we're showing you the matches and the maps that we're going to be having throughout today, of course. 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and a Sanhok smack dab in the middle, making 7 very, very happy that we have at least Sanhok for now.
You've been liking it. You're just trying not to join the dark side, my friend. But I know you've been liking it. I mean, our producer definitely loves that Sanhok. I love that Sanhok.
True.
We've gotten a chance to see a lot of great action in Sanhok, and I'm pretty sure today it won't be a letdown.
Listen, I know you want me to join the dark side, and I know that the dark side has cookies, but those cookies are probably bad for me, so no.
No, they got protein in them. They're like all the healthy stuff.
Oh, bet! Okay, you got me. I'm in.
See how easy it is, ladies. See how easy it is out there.
Listen, man got me with protein cookies. I'm happy. All right.
Yeah. Hey, they're good. I've had some in the past. They're actually pretty good. Now, we got a chance to see that. We're going to be starting off with Erangel. Kodiak is going to be coming in. That team absolutely dominated when it came to Erangel yesterday. They were able to win those 2 matches. The only map that they weren't able to get a win on was Miramar, as 300 ARG was able to get a win. And then on top of that, Team Modern was able to get that last win as well. I mean, it's going to be a straight yes or no on this one, San. Do we see Kodiak being able to get at least 2 chicken dinners today?
I'd say yeah. And I'll follow up a little bit more. I mean, one of the biggest competitors that we've had with them has been obviously Abe Esports. K1 and KZ have had good performances, but they're not going to be joining us for today's games. And we know there's, like we mentioned it before as well, like that there's a lot of strong teams coming in from Group B that are already in like top 4, top 5. So without them being here, I think it's going to be making it a little bit easier. I think they're going to be struggling on Miramar specifically because of boars, but it shouldn't be too difficult for them to get at least 1 chicken dinner. I think they should be able to secure 2.
We'll see if they are going to be able to do that. Now, the reason why I wanted to put up this head-to-head is because YBAB is one of those teams that we mentioned. They are from Group B. They're not going to be playing today, and this is what they've been able to do, going up against the likes 1333 Juania, because this team needs to wake up, and they need to wake up right away. One thing that I have been enjoying out of 1337 is they've been able to pull up eliminations, and it's not just them too. When we ended up seeing the overall, we saw a couple other teams that are not there within that 16th place, but they are still in the double digits of eliminations. These teams need to be able to realize that they need to figure out their survival time. Yes, it's a big difference right there on your screen because YBAB has already played all their 10 matches. 1337 has only played 5. So we'll see at the end of the day what that's going to be looking like. But it's definitely half of what YBAB has been able to do. YBAB was able to put up 16 placement points. 1337 currently only has 1 placement point. So if some of these teams that been able to start fragging out that are outside of the top 16 Sandstorm can figure out how to get those placement points, they could be making up that push and making themselves a little bit closer to those grand finals.
Yeah, and the thing is, when we talked about YBAB before, we mentioned how they get themselves into good positions, but the firepower doesn't seem to match. I want to say at the level that they are when it comes to getting themselves in a good position. Multiple times they're there, top 5, top 6. They have a great position, but they get put into a corner. They're fighting a couple of squads. They get thirded, or maybe they're not too proactive with their fight. They don't take care of it before the zone starts applying extra pressure. Time's running out. A lot of things are happening in that moment, and I feel like they kind of get caught with all the with too many thoughts at the same time, and they kind of just struggle there a little bit. So, unfortunately, nothing they can do about it right now. They just have to wait and see if that was enough. But going into day number 3, they definitely have to change things up if they want to fight for top 4. Right now, yes, it's easy to get top 16 for some of the teams. But if you're qualifying through top 4 for PMSL, when you get to the grand finals, that's going to be very, very difficult if you're qualifying by 16 and just barely.
Yeah, we're saying it's easy to qualify to the grand finals because it is that top 16. But in a way, it might not be as easy. I mean, yesterday we were able to see some of these teams having absolutely awful performances. I think one that came to mind was Galaxy Esports. We weren't really seeing much out of them until the last 2 games. They were able to actually start performing. We were even posing the question, are they going to be able to get more points than Alpha Esports was able to get on their day 1, which is only 5? That's how bad they were performing, but they were able to turn it around. They were able to end up getting a final 13 points there at the end of the day. But that's still just not going to be enough. You cannot afford today to have those bad performances at the beginning of the day and rely that, okay, you know what, after Sanhok, on the second Erangel, we'll be able to pick it up. That's not going to happen. These teams need to be able to adjust on the fly, and they need to be able to adjust quickly.
Yeah, and I want to see specifically when it comes to Alpha as well. They've had a day break. That's one of the teams. You know, we mentioned them time and time again just because they struggled a lot on their first day, and we mentioned how depending on which group you're in, you kind of have a different outlook at the tournament. So if you're starting on day 1 and you're playing day 2 and you're no longer playing day 3, you're kind of at a disadvantage compared to the teams who were watching day 1 completely, trying to analyze and research as they came into day 2 of competition. So those are the things that I'm going to be focusing on. But yeah, definitely when it comes to the side of Galaxy, when it comes to the side of Alpha, like if we don't see at least 10 points from game 1, because like they have to start very, very strong from the very beginning of today. So game 1, top 2, top 3 with a couple of eliminations, boost your team's morale, making it a little bit easier, relieve some of that pressure. You're going to be perfectly fine. But I'm honestly curious to see if both of them are going to make it. That would be a big surprise, honestly, if both of them make it to top 16, Alpha and Galaxy.
It's possible. I can honestly say that is possible, but it would have to start off hot. I don't mean a win right away. Obviously, if you can get a win, go for it. That's gonna just
fantastic.
release so much pressure off your shoulders. But if you're able to just start getting consistent points, and by consistent points, I mean 5 or more points per match because of where they currently are at, and then at some point throughout the day, you do need a pop-off performance. You do need that either win or double-digit elimination match. You do need those kind of situations to put yourself there within the top 16, because right now, I mean, if I'm being honest, for Group A, it's going to be a big battle of just bottom teams. One team I'm thinking about, too, right off the bat, that got invited here to the PMCO EEU 2025 was Nexus Gaming. This team straight in by here to where we're currently at, to the semifinals, and they just really haven't been able to show up that much. They currently have 17 points. One thing that I do enjoy about this team is that they have been able to put up placement points. They currently have 10 placement points, followed up by 7 eliminations. So we know that they can definitely get both here. They have a good marriage between those two things. They just need to narrow it down and continue to do that a little bit more consistent if they want to end up being in the top 16. And if they want to shoot for the top 4 when we get to the grand finals, I don't want to see just a little bit consistent. I want to see something amazing.
I mean, Nexus Gaming, this is an organization that participated in the PMPL before as well. So, I mean, the experience when it comes to the organization is there. But now it's kind of like they're restarting their journey by trying to make it through the ranks of qualifying from PMCO, along with the other 128 teams that started their journey with this as well. We start with 128, and today we go from 24 to 16. So you can see it, like, it does get more and more difficult as you get to like higher and higher levels of competition. Yes, we say it like it's easy to qualify 16 out of the 24, but it's obviously easier said than done.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at least this team, you mentioned it, they started off with 128. At least they were able to narrow it down to 24. So you have some bragging rights. You're like, you know what? All right, I almost got to like the actual pro level of PUBG Mobile esports. You're almost there. So just don't let off that gas pedal. Just keep on pushing, keep on hustling for it, because you are just so close to being able to make it to the grand finals. If you end up in the top 4, you go to PMSL. And you were mentioning earlier, we have had teams in the past that have gone from PMCO all the way up to PMGC.
Yeah, regardless of whether they made it to the grand finals or not, just making it to the global championship within your first year competing in PUBG Mobile esports, like that alone is something that like those players are never going to forget. And it's definitely something that gets you to think, if within your first year you're able to do something like that, what can you do in your second year, third? And it's just, how far can you go? How far can you take it? And right now, where I want to take it is to the first game of the day. And when it comes to that, I want to give the chat, as usual, the chance to throw in their predictions. Let us know, who do you think is going to take game numero uno?
Who do you think is going to take game numero uno, as we're going to be jumping in on the plane, flying over? Ooh, Severny all the way down to Primos Ferry Pier. Okay, that's not a bad plane path. If you don't want to say the team that you think is going to win, that's absolutely fine. Sandstorm, I understand.
I played the 5th. I know it's an American thing, but I'm still pleading the 5th. Don't care. I'm pleading it. Nope. I refuse. I refuse to predict anymore, because I think there have been too many sacrifices throughout yesterday and the day before's games.
I mean, I allow it. When we get towards the end, though.
Okay, prediction time then. Let's have all right,
say your picks right now at the start of the day, but not right now. But you know what? As we're looking at all this, I want to see if there's going to be any hot drops on the final day. I'm hoping that's not the case, because there is 2 different groups here.
That's very true. Now with those 2 different groups, A and C, just to remind you, everyone at home watching, Group B is currently watching with you and hoping that what they did in day 1 and day 2 was enough. And looking towards those hot drops, I'm looking towards Farm, Nexus, and one more squad seems to be dropping there. Ferry Pier. Ooh, very northern circle as well. I would say like maybe 30% water towards the northern side as well. So that's not going to be the best, but I want to see who's going to be playing towards those cliffs in the later stages of the game, but it's way too early for that. But it looks like there's I want to say, again, not a hot drop, kind of a warm drop towards maybe farm, because they're not close enough to each other to start taking shots. And yeah, just seems like it's going to be a calm start, unless something happens towards the northern side of George Pool with Destined to Rise and SSC, I believe. Star Soldiers, X Epic. They might be going towards that area as well. So we might be seeing some fights later on. But at the moment, we're looking towards Nebuni and Nexus.
Nexus, I mean, we're just talking about this team. This is a team that definitely needs to be able to start off at least consistent. 5 points minimum on this match sets you up in a massive way, already over 20 points. But need to be careful because they're going to be going up against very early on, at least EXO from Nexus is going to be going up against the team that absolutely dominated yesterday, Kodiak. We haven't really seen them fight that much earlier on, except for the last match yesterday. This is good to see out of them. There you go. Kick. Oh my gosh. 7 kick with that beautifully timed nade. And Nexus, a team that definitely needs those points, giving points to a team that doesn't need those points. A team that's already pretty much going to be going to the grand finals based on the performance that they were able to put up yesterday. And I expect, honestly, Sandstorm, to see Kodiak doing a little more of this today. They got absolutely nothing to lose. This team is going to be aggressive in confidence.
I agree. And I mean, we already said that the table is very top heavy. Now it's going to get even heavier towards that side. But that also means that we could be looking at a lower threshold when it comes to qualifying for the top 16. Kodiak once again jumping into a fight now with PG. PUBG Romania under threat again. Lost. A distraction. Takes a little bit of damage, but here we go. Kick. He's got that M4. He's got that shotgun as well. The pump action ready to go. Vigo going left and right. He's not sure where to peek. He's not sure where to play. He's not sure where the cover is. Where safety? He peeks. Takes one down. Peeks again. Ooh. Almost knocking down the second. But now he is the last member alive. Kodiak making sure they don't make a single mistake. They don't want to drop too many members. But Mimodel is there. Yesterday's MVP secures the final elimination. They may have lost kick, but they secured a total of 5 eliminations within the first 5 minutes of this game. Great start.
Great start if you are Kodiak. Yeah. Absolutely awful start if you are PUBG Georgia, because you're coming in 23rd place with only 10 points. Yes, you are able to secure at least 1 elimination point, but man, this is definitely not how you want to be able to start your day when it's the final day of the semifinals, when there's so much at stake, the grand finals opportunity. Not what you want to be able to do. And this is what a lot of teams that are towards the bottom need to be able to watch out. There's just so many teams at the top that have a good lead. I mean, Kodiak. On top of that, you have Team Modern, you have Boris Gaming too, having some cushion. The Noisy Boys, these teams could be aggressive. Usually, if in the past they might shy away from a fight, but they got nothing to lose. They're just going to be going for it. As we saw there from Kodiak, they didn't mind sacrificing one player.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all they care about at the moment is probably going for that first place spot, boost their morale, keep the momentum going as we head towards the finals. Because there's no way that anyone's going to be able to catch them right now and take that number 2 spot. You can see that the rest of the teams, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, all these teams were from Group B. So you can see just how strong that group was. And yes, they did finish both days of their competition, but still we have 2nd place, 7th place up there with still 5 more games to go. Boars, I'm gonna keep my eyes on you for this game, but I definitely 100% do not predict that they're gonna win it. Not one bit. No sir, not one bit. But I do predict Dennis maybe getting a knock here. Don't let me down, Dennis.
He's gonna let you down.
He let me down.
He had his chance. He hit some shots though, to be fair. But they were just driving a little bit too fast there. They hit that turbo boost. They hit that nitrous. He wasn't going to be catching them. Star Soldiers, a team that's currently in 15th place. Very close to that 16th place, though. They do have some cushion to work with, but not that much. Only 26 points. They need to be able to get those points, and that's why you see Dennis trying to be a little bit more aggressive. But this is a team as well that I'm trying to think back of what we saw out of them in the first day. they were always aggressive. They were always willing to just engage with any team that passed by right there. Didn't end up working out, but at least giving it a chance and see if they could possibly end up getting at least one extra point. We'll see if that aggressiveness will continue throughout the day.
Yeah, plus they don't really have anything to worry about for now. They are currently sitting in 15th place. A couple of points ahead of 16th as well. In a secret way, I believe. So they shouldn't get too comfortable, though. Still, try and focus on...
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
still, don't get too comfortable.
Cushion, not that much pressure. Like 1337, PUBG Georgia. Like, you're not at that level, right? But you're still at a level that you are not able to get comfortable. If you get too comfortable, you're going to snooze. It's going to be the last game, and you're still going to be sitting maybe with just possibly only 30 points and outside of the top 16.
They're not going to snooze. Bro, they're going to put on like 15 alarms, just like me. And still not wake up. It's fine.
Oh, you snooze or you just use extra alarms?
Honestly, it's extra alarms when traveling, and snooze if I'm just staying at home. But I have to still wake up early. But if it's for a flight or something, no. It's got to be 15 alarms, and I still have trouble sleeping. And then somehow I still wake up before the alarm even rings.
Yes. That's exactly what I was about to tell you. As we're waiting here for some fight to start, let us know in the comments below. What is your setup for alarms? How do you end up waking up in the morning? Because I definitely set about 5, but I always wake up right before the first one hits. And I'm like, okay, well, that was a waste. But you know what? Rather be safe than sorry. As we're going to be looking at this circle, and wow, there's actually a lot of water. If this thing goes north, it's going to make it super difficult. For a lot of these teams, it does end up going towards west side. George Bull, Sarky, shooting range. On top of that is going to be at play. The crates as well. South of Georgia could be at play too, but you want to be able to focus a little bit more there towards George Bull, because that's going to be, you don't want to have to make that push across the bridge, across that river, whatever you are based off at the end. It's going to be absolute madness, especially with how much water there is currently at play.
Yes, sir. So every single team right now trying to make that rotation, heading towards George Pool. Maybe someone's going to be heading towards the likes of Zarky. Exited out, but still. Looks like Dizzy are going to be the team heading that way. Secret way, just sticking to that coastline as much as they can. Trying to just find safe haven in the zone. Meanwhile, heading over one more time to Star Soldiers. They're making their way from the southern eastern side. Scouting a little bit more, making sure that no one's going to be behind them before they make their move. Ghosty just sweeping and sweeping. This is also a very important job. Yes, you have to make sure that your back's covered, not exposed, no one's flanking or anything like that.
You want to have the peace of mind mostly, right? Especially if you're going to be pushing up, you want to know, okay, there's nobody, we're not going to end up getting pinched here if we do end up getting into a fight. Or if you do end up seeing a team, then it kind of changes your mindset in regards to, okay, you know what, maybe we don't want to take a fight here. We want to just keep on moving on because there is going to be a team coming up behind us. Meanwhile, Secret Way saying, we'll be that team crashing into that compound. We're going to be sending it here, and it's going to force MTN to just push up a lot faster here because it's just one player trying to get those angles. Secret Way, if they're gonna get this player, there you go, they needed to be able to do it quick, and they're able to do just that, as they're gonna get that knock and now have control of this compound, of this building, and it's gonna be wonderful. Secure that elimination, get the compound, get that building. You don't end up losing any players. That's exactly the type of push that you need to be able to do, and they did it perfectly. Yeah,
perfectly played. And we've seen just how wrong it can go. If you guys remember from yesterday, Bad Boy was put in the 1v3 situation. The 3 players were just pushing in one by one by one, and he managed to secure every single one of them. So yeah, even though you had the numbers, you still have to approach it with the right mindset. You have to approach it correctly. And Secret Way not making the mistake this time.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. You mentioned it. We saw it yesterday. You don't want it to happen today. Especially if you are Secret Way.
Or do I? Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I want it to. Okay, I want it to happen.
And you know what? We wouldn't mind seeing it. For a player, you would hate to see it, as the new circle is going to pop up. A little bit less water at play. That east side of Georgia is still gonna be at play. I'm seeing a lot of teams there. 1337 being one of them. Destined to rise. This is a team that we're gonna be keeping a close eye on. They are coming in at 32 points. With the way that they were able to play yesterday, with the amount of eliminations that they got, this team should be good. But you never know what could happen. As much as you are close to that top 16 place, even if you are on that 16 place cutoff, on the beautiful side of being like 15, 14, whatever the case might be, you don't want to slow down. Cave, though, trying to swing around here, trying to make sure he doesn't get caught. Strict, trying to get back to his team.
Just got to go left, right, left, right. Dodge as much as you can. No, yeah, I was gonna go like left, right, up there. No, no, right, no, not the
one. That's the glider. That's the glider.
Yeah.
And then you end up crashing it, and then you're cooked.
Yeah, and then you're never allowed to do it again.
Yep, happens to the best of us, ladies and gentlemen.
It really does.
Speaking from experience.
It do be like that sometimes. It do be like that. But right now.
Yeah, I like what Bors is doing right here, San.
Yes, sir.
Playing patient, taking a bit of a note of what Kodiak was able to do yesterday. But as much as I want to see some of these teams there at the top, I want to see the other teams. Like 1337 currently only has one player left. Dizzy as well. Alpha Esports, they currently have one elimination. So that's a good start, right? Especially for that team.
Yeah.
That wasn't able to put that many points until the last match of their first day. This is what you want to see right here.
That's like, what, 18% of their points? 17.5% of their points? Something like that.
Yeah, hear me out. Math is not math.
Honestly,
any number that you tell me, I'll probably say yes to, and in the chat, they'll end up correct. Sir, it's actually 13.7.3333. Chill, everybody. Chill. We're not here for our math, that's for sure.
Listen, the only thing that I'm proud of when it comes to math is like how many numbers I can list off of pi, and that's about it.
Ah. Right on.
Not many, but I got a few.
I'll keep that in mind.
All right.
Not for now. For later.
No. Exactly.
Maybe you guys get a chance to see that in the grand finals next week. Make sure you tune in.
Maybe.
Make it an event in your calendar. It is going to be next Friday and Saturday. And if you need the dates, don't worry. I got you. It is going to be the 9th of May and the 10th of May. So make sure you guys tune in.
Sir.
We'll be right here, and we'll be seeing a lot of action, I'm pretty sure, especially with those top teams coming in too. Let's see if any other top teams are going to be showing up today.
I think they will be. And I want to make sure that everyone shows up on those final days as well, because don't forget there will be a quiz on horses and conversions. We'll get into that later. Right now, I want to see the zone. Finish? No. Okay, listen. We started this tournament with a city finish near Los Leones, if I'm not mistaken, and now we're doing it again with day 3, where this time we're heading towards the likes of George Pool. And we all know when it comes to city finishes, they are some of the most stress-inducing situations to be in as a player, because there's just so many windows, so many angles that you have to watch out for. And right now, Destined to Rise, they are under threat. So many squads already held up in the City 7, and yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about. It becomes so difficult for you to move an inch in this area now.
Yeah, sometimes it is going to be a bit of a stalemate. Not at the start, not when everybody's trying to find a place to just set up. But when the action starts, boy, it will definitely end up being crazy, with a lot of these teams having to go to different buildings, having to figure out where's currently some of the other teams, covering their angles to third party. The chances for third party, for fourth party, fifth party, sixth party, seventh party, and I'll stop there just to keep it on brand. It's going to be outstanding. Hey, look, Alpha Esports actually currently working with a split.
I mean, look, they got 3 LMs. So that's all I'll say, and I'll leave them be, because I really would rather they don't suffer anything right now. But someone who is suffering actually is Team Motion. Namad getting knocked down here. Galaxy as well, surviving. They may have lost new trucks at this point, but they have an LM. They have 3 members alive. Now, it's just going to get more and more difficult with this gang-style wars that we're going to be seeing in George Pool. With all these structures, all these buildings so close to each other, it's going to be so hard.
It will also benefit some teams, though, if they're able to just stay put that have lost a player already, like Galaxy, like Kodiak, right?
Yep.
Even if you're 13-37, and I'm looking at Galaxy too, they're currently working with 3 players, as I just mentioned them. This could end up benefiting you. Just make sure you don't end up getting knocked, but also keep an eye out for people that might be close to you. As one of those teams is going to be Alpha Esports. Honestly, at this point, everybody's close to you.
Everyone, yeah. That's the thing. You have to watch every window, around every corner, every shack, every tree, every rock. Anyone can be hiding behind any kind of terrain at this point, so.
Boar starting to do some work there. We're not getting a chance to see that, but Boar definitely taking care of Monaspa. Monaspa being one of those teams that needs those points. Meanwhile, Boar playing it safe here too. Kodiak is just chilling. Kodiak, they're not going to be moving anytime soon. A lot of action going on though in that elimination feed. Ronaldinho ends up getting knocked as well. Meanwhile, we're going to be going over to Secret Way. He's going to be able to spot one player there from none other than Modern.
Oh boy, wait, Boar's coming in as well. So many squads are going to be jumping into that area. Boar's deciding, you know what, we're just going to take the fight to whoever is in this position right now, trying to eliminate as many of them as possible. Tulika somehow already has 4 elims to his name, and he looks like he's looking for the 5th with his focus on 2 squads towards this northern side. But Foops, man, one more bullet and he might just get taken out, but Pusher is there, throws a quick smoke, should be able to revive. Definitely don't want to lose a member there, but now the fact that they're fighting 2 squads at the same time, and the fact that Nebuni as well from Nexus, well, no longer there as the Noisy Boys take care of that. And now Havlik slowly crawling, a little bit too close, forced to go back.
Bad start for Nexus.
Down. Yeah, Nexus once again, 1 point only, I believe, in this game. No, not even.
Not
0.
even a donut. Yeah, definitely not what you want to able to do here in the first match, especially for Nexus. Now,
Okay.
Way being able to find people from the Noisy Boys and just taking shots, trying to see if he can secure those extra eliminations. This is a team that's currently sitting at 25 points, 5 eliminations so far today. In this match, they want to go for more. They want to be able to secure, but they need to be careful because Boars Gaming is going to be close by. Those grenades are going to start cooking. And you know that if Boars Gaming is able to hit any, whether it's going to be on the Noisy Boys or the other team, this team will be aggressive. They will try to go for those angles. They will try to go for those rain-overs.
Yeah,
Tulika already with 4 eliminations. Grenade coming in. Almost hit there on Tulika.
Tulika trying his best just to stay alive, while Pusher maybe just going for a distraction, trying to find an angle, trying to see if he can get one of the Noisy Boys to focus on him for just a split second and give an opening to Tulika. The problem is, like, at this point, the second you're on a high ground, you peek from any angle, you might be exposed to the light. I mean, there's a couple of teams in the distance, can't see the logo of them right now, but we'll get to that later. I think it's Motive. We'll leave them, because right now the Noisy Boys are not being left alone. Boars want these points. They want these elims. They want to try and climb the ranks again. 7th is just simply not good enough for this squad. It's not good enough for this lineup.
And this is why they're continuing to fight there. We're going to be switching over now to Dizzy, a team that needs points as well. 16th place, having to fend off Cave though. Oh, it's going to be a little bit too much. Cave having way too many angles for this team. But they are a little bit split at the moment, so they're going to be able to give a bit of a break. Oh, Tulika overextends a tiny bit, and the Noisy Boys able to find that shot right there. In this team, even though they currently don't have the high ground, even though they're currently in a bad spot, they're looking to get those angles. They're looking to find a way to get out of here. I'm enjoying right now.
Is Falcon pushing?
It's if Falcon is pushing. He's wanting to get close to the action. He wanted to confirm that elimination. He might not realize, though, that this is a full team. This is absolute madness. Now he's going to be the last one standing. He's going to be able to realize it and say, you know what? I might take a backseat on this. Yeah, sorry, boys. Sorry, everyone. I think I got a little bit too hyped up. Cave Esports trying to finish off that last player from Dizzy, and he's going to be able to do just that as the circle's going to be closing in. Where's it going to go? Is it going to have buildings still inside, or is it going to be towards the north? You want
north side? Yes, I want madness. I want carnage. I want chaos. I want problems. Always. That's what I want to see. And now Boars in that position that they have. They could just have complete control if they manage to hold out against Cave, because Cave right now, they have line of sight, I believe, on Boars for now. But when the zone closes, I think Boars are going to have the high ground, and everyone from George Pool is going to have to start making a move. And they're going to be exposed in the open to Secret Way as well. That's right.
Yeah, Secret Way is one of those teams currently towards the top there that was being a bit of a pain in the butt to Boars Gaming whenever they were engaging with the Noisy Boys. Galaxy having to pick up this player here. This is going to be a tough rotation for a lot of these teams. You can just see it on the mini-map on the top right-hand side of your screen. We have minimum 5 teams right here, and they're all going to have to find just the smallest place to get into this circle. And on top of that, have to worry about the teams with the high ground. Kodiak's going to be taking on some shots to a lot of teams. I think Secret Way, this is going to be the winning fight between Secret Way and Boars Gaming. If they're able to do it quickly, though, they can't take too long. Well, there's going to be a third party, Boars Gaming. That's exactly what they're thinking to do. Right now, Secret Way is starting to focus a little bit more on Destined to Rise, and Boars Gaming smelling some blood in the water, taking advantage of this. They're going to push up. They're going to end up surprising Secret Way, and they're going to be trying to do a quick little cleanup here, but Secret Way trying to be able to recover from this push.
And Pusher now taking it even further, going after the last 2 from the side of Secret Way, trying to escape. They take their cars, and they're trying to. You're trying to run away while there's 2 squads aiming at you? That is not gonna happen. And Secret Way just got taken out, and now Destined to Rise. They might have been able to secure a couple of limbs on the tail end of that fight, but now they have Boars coming their way. Boars who have 11. They heard about 22 eliminations being secured yesterday, and they think they might be able to do better.
Oh,
my bad.
But
Pusher
to Rise slow down right there, Sandstorm. We are still here. It's only 2 of us, but we want to make it a little bit harder on you guys as one of the grenades does end up hitting, but it's just one player. He's going to go also for that push-up. Not what you want to end up doing right there. Tulika, easy pickings for this man. He sees another one. You know what? Just 1, 2, make it 8. That's how many eliminations he currently has to his name. Boars Gaming saw what Kodiak was able to do yesterday, and they're making sure they let everybody watching know it's not just gonna be a Kodiak day. We're here to play, and we also want to fight for that top place. We also want to fight for those top bragging rights going into the grand finals.
Well, you know what, Seven? You asked the question before we jumped into this game. You asked me, can Kodiak do it? Can they get themselves chicken dinners in today's games? Well, right now, they have 3 members left alive. They are in the top 4, and they are looking for more. Tulika might be in danger if he gets knocked out here. He is on his own, and Purinho might just take him out. That's exactly what he'll do. And Boars, they had the numbers advantage. They still have the high ground. But I think losing that member might have given Kodiak exactly what they needed in order to hold on and follow through with getting themselves a chicken dinner in the first game. They are looking for Woodson. They are looking to eliminate 1337. And they also, hold on! Hold on! They also have 14 limbs.
Wow, we were
Kodiak
looking at Boars
Boars.
Gaming. They took care of everybody coming out of Georgia. By the way, something I do want to point out there with what Tulika was able to do, that is, yes, you have 8 eliminations, but my goodness, that was one of the biggest mistakes, and I'm starting to see a pattern with that player. He tends to overextend way too much when it's not necessary, especially with the numbers advantage that they had to work with. We'll see if Boars Gaming is going to be able to recover from losing that massive of a player, having the numbers to their advantage. It's going to be hard, though. 1337, Woodson close by. Kodiak now trying to find a spot. You know what they said? 1337, yes, you can stay alive. We're not going to worry about you. We're going to play our game, and this is why this team is so smart. Trying to find a way in a place that's actually really, really bad. They're going to be going for it. He's going to be able to surprise and push her. Being able to get 2 players right there, making quick work of them, but there is the trade-off. And Kodiak, just bad push there out of Kodiak. Nothing else to do. Boars Gaming being able to take care of them and seeing if they could possibly end up recovering their teammate that's currently down in pusher. They want to have those numbers advantage, but 1337 is trying to make it a little bit harder for them.
Yeah, Woodson is causing so much trouble. So many problems for Boars, and now Cave, Purinho, and Keep, the squad that started the initial problems for Boars. And now they are trying to do it once again. The nades coming in. Pusher still knocked. No revive. Woodson still causing chaos. By taking the attention of Boars. The nades still not hitting their mark, though, for the side of Cave. This one might just do it, though. No, it doesn't. I think they're still too far away. And I love the fact that the 3 squads are all towards the northern western side. No, literally, every other location is clear because it is right in the open. You can't hide there. You have to play on the high ground. But now the zone might have just given them the advantage for the side of Cave. Woodson once again causing problems for Boars. But now it's a 2v2. It's down to Foops, and it's down to Pusher. Yeah, that they do.
Needs to make this push. It's going to be now or never for them. One player knocked. This team is being a little bit too passive. They're going to allow them to just regroup. There you go. Try to get a different angle. That's exactly what one of the players from Cave Esports is trying to do. He's going to probably end up finding some cover right there within the rock. That could be a winning play. They need it to be aggressive. Let's see how much utility they currently have to their name, though. Oh, that grenade barely missing Pusher. Boars Gaming is going to be able to pick up that player that ended up getting knocked. So now they do have the numbers advantage. Having to worry, though, with one of the players there from Cave Esports having that off angle and keep being very close by with those grenades, that utility. And they're going to have to make this push. The circle is going to start closing in. Cave Esports does have a player in the closest towards the middle of the circle. He needs to make sure he doesn't end up getting knocked, though, as Foosman going for those shots right there, almost being able to connect, having to back off and start healing.
Yeah, now Havlik trying to use that moment to give his team an opening. He takes the attention of the player in the open area. And instantly, Pusher is there with the knock. And with it being a 3v1, the situation has become impossible for Keep, with a nade heading towards him as well, right next to him. Just a slither of HP, and looks like Boars will be indeed securing themselves the first winner chicken dinner. But I have to say, sensational performance from them. Kodiak once again showing us that they are still here. And honestly, of all the teams, shout out to Cave. One of the teams in the bottom of the leaderboard. We said one good game can change everything. If you get yourself to the top 2, top 3 with a couple of eliminations, that's basically it. That's all you need to do for a team that's middle of the pack kind of thing. So for them right now, that's a perfect start to the final day.
Yeah, Cave Esports came in with 36 points. That top 2 finish right there. I don't remember off the top of my head how many eliminations they ended up having. We'll get a chance to see that here later today, later in this segment as well. But that could have been it. Now they get a chance to maybe coast a little bit, pressure off your shoulders. But we got to talk about it a little bit more. Boars Gaming coming in, being able to put up that many eliminations, being able to control the ground. And one thing that I do enjoy out of Boars Gaming is the decision-making as a team from Boars Gaming that I quite enjoy. One thing I don't enjoy out of Boars Gaming, that a pattern that I'm starting to see here, is Tulika starting to overextend a little bit too much. Because if you are put in situations like that when we get to the grand finals, Tulika, you might end up getting caught and it might end up hurting your team very early on. Something that you don't want to have to experience, and something that we have seen it now in 2 Erangels from that player.
Yeah, but do you think that the damage he did and the eliminations he secured was enough to give him MVP? I think so.
Oh, for sure. He had 8 eliminations, I think it was. If he's not MVP, maybe somebody from Kodiak that we didn't get a chance to see fighting.
Yo,
Oops,
what?
man.
Hold on. Okay, Foopsman from Boars actually turns out to be the MVP. 1,333 damage. Ridiculous from him with those 6 eliminations as well. Boars making a statement with the first game of the day. And I'm curious to see now, with them getting a chicken dinner on Erangel, what about Miramar? The map that they're actually just superior in when it comes to their performance.
This makes me happy, man. Seeing, I was a bit surprised there seeing Foosman being the MVP, while with 6 elims. You know what that tells us? That it's not just going to be one player, baby. That team has a lot of fragging power. It can be anybody being able to bring the heat too. And I'm pretty sure he ended up getting, because he was able to survive a lot longer too. And at the end, being able to get that extra damage. Overall, wow. Great play by Boars Gaming. They 100%. Didn't hesitate on situations. They went for those pushes when they needed to actually make sure they got those pushes. And you can see there, most eliminations. There you go. Tulak at least is able to get that.
Yeah, and he also had the most eliminations when it came to nades. And then we have Andre from Alpha, most highest distance, 382. I think that's the highest we've seen so far. And then Raze with total distance covered, just enjoying the scenic route of rotating towards the zone in Erangel. But I want to say, like, outside of the performance from Boars in that first game, I want to focus a little bit more on the likes of Galaxy and bring it back to them and to Alpha. We mentioned Alpha. I want to say, unfortunately, I don't think we saw, but we did see their lovely there. Hold on. They managed to get a couple of points eliminations wise, but I didn't see any kind of fights for that team on the screen, unfortunately. Like, I want to be able to track them a little bit more. I want to be able to watch their rotations a little bit more, see what's going wrong for Alpha and for Galaxy.
They did have a little bit of power over that compound, right? We saw them being able to coexist with some of the other teams. I think it was 3 teams at one point, maybe like 3, a bunch of 3 teams all over the place. But overall, you're able to get those eliminations. That's what this team is needed to do. That's a great start out of them. Even if they didn't end up in the top 2 situation, in the top 3, I think they did end up getting in a top 5 situation. And for that team that has only 5 points coming into today, that is absolutely game changer. That could be momentum changer for this team as well, considering that some of the other teams didn't really perform that well. So you're still keeping that gap between everybody squeezed and close.
Yeah, and once again, with Boars and Kodiak, essentially wiping the server on their own. Like 14 elims for, at least 14 elims for both. Yeah, there we go. 19 elims for Boars, 29 points, and 14 eliminations as well for Kodiak. And then you can see just trickling down. Secret Way with 7, and then the highest is like 5, 2, 4. There's a couple with 0. Wow. Yeah, they really did just demolish the server, didn't they? But shout out to Cave again. 11 points, very, very important for you. And the same thing can be said for the likes of Secret Way and 1337 Juania. Both of these teams specifically are on the tail end of the leaderboard. So this game changes the overall leaderboard a little bit.
Oh, it will definitely end up changing it up a lot. I mean, one thing I'm actually surprised to see as well, that I was a team that I was picking at too when we first started, was going to be 1337. I was talking about that team in regards to how they were able to get those eliminations. Guess what? Not only, I'm okay with the 2 eliminations that they got because of the amount of placement points that they got on this match. Up to this point, they had only have 1 placement point after 5 matches yesterday. For them to be able to put up 5 here is going to be great for this team. Secret Way coming in with those 7 points just based on eliminations. And Alpha Esports, you were talking about them too. They actually ended up with 4 eliminations, and on top of that, securing those 2 placement points.
6 points, like you said, could be momentum changing. That's what I want to find out when it comes to game number 2. Because I want to say, like, starting the day with a couple of points, okay, helps out. But then if you go into game 2, if you don't get the same amount of points or more, I feel like it's just going to demoralize you and bring you back down again. So it's very important for you to keep building on that momentum and keep having that consistency. Boars, expecting a top 3 at least. I'm not even gonna. I don't think a chicken dinner. It's like there's no way they don't get top 3, top 4 in this game. Yeah, of course. It's Boars' map.
Okay, I'm with you. I believe it. I mean, they came in hot in Erangel, so I'm jumping on the Boars train. I'm just saying little things here and there that they need to end up fixing for just have a perfect game like some of the likes of what we saw yesterday from Kodiak. But I'm on that Boar train too. I'm on that train, baby. That hype train for Boars Gaming. They're currently performing well. 19 eliminations too. Being able to come back after sitting down for 1 day. That's one team that's showing, you know what? We're going to be going to the grand finals. And that's one team that's going to be sponging a lot of points here when we end up going to the overall ranking, because this is going to be massive. You can see Alpha Esports no longer that last place team, being able to pass out PUBG Georgia that ended up getting eliminated very, very early on. Secret Way there with that 27 points, currently the 16th place team, and the jump up from 1337. They were in 22nd place, and with that performance, able to jump up all the way up to 17.
Yeah, 17th, and this is only the beginning because right now Secret Way 7 points away, Star Soldier Epic 9 points away, and then honestly the bigger one is YBAB, and what me and Seven would believe to be the threshold of qualifying or not qualifying. Around the 30 to 35 point mark is what we think the goal is going to be. I think we should be pretty close, if not quite accurate on that one, but we'll find out towards the end of the day. Galaxy, Alpha, PUBG Georgia, those 3 teams. I mean, and we'll lob all of them from Nexus to PUBG Georgia. It's a 6-point difference for those 7 teams. Next game, you are in desperate need of a top 5 and some eliminations. And maybe the further and further we get into the games, the more you have to focus on the teams that are close to you in the leaderboard to try and eliminate them, lessen the competition, and then just continue to do so. Try not to take fights with teams in first, second, or third place, because what's the point? They have nothing to lose taking the fight with you. And at this point, yeah, you have to start.
I'm glad you said it. I was thinking it too.
Yeah, like, because that's the thing. Right now, teams in like 18th, 19th, 20th, they have to start targeting teams in 16th, 15th, 14th. If they're playing, that's who your focus is.
If you see anybody from the top 2 teams right now in this lobby, Kodiak, Boars Gaming, just if you see any of your teammates getting out, you know what? Just make a little whoop U-turn. All right. Go right back where you were. You know, there's probably not a team over there unless you're getting pinched. Then there goes that match, which happened to a couple of teams here as well. I can't remember off the top of my head that there was one there at the top where Boars Gaming just fully sent it, and then on top of that, they were fighting another team too. They were fighting Destined to Rise, and it was
Destined to Rise, Secret Way, and Boars.
Secret Way was the team that I'm thinking about. They had the high ground. They ended up getting pinched, and it was all over for them. It can happen just in a snap of a second. You're not going to be able to readjust in time. If you're going to be taking a fight, especially in situations like that, especially in circles like that, you got to go for it. You got to make sure your decision making is on point and you can't have any doubts.
Yeah, because the second you have any of those kinds of doubts, it's going to affect your decision making by a split second. Next thing you know, you're gone. Game's done. Journey's over. It just falls off a cliff. Yeah, just like peace out, deuces. You're done. But you know what? You know what, Seven? You know what might be time for? It might be time for game number 2 very shortly. So once again, I would like to remind our lovely viewers to please give us your predictions. Tell us who do you think is going to win game number 2. Do you think we're still going to be seeing some dominance from the likes of Boars? Are we going to be seeing Kodiak because they had an incredible performance as well on Miramar yesterday? And I have to point out once again, their positioning in Los Leones was incredible. Same can be said for 300 Erangel. Yep. Watching you guys too. So there's a couple of names out there. Just let us know. Throw it in the chat. And just let us know who you're supporting too.
I think these teams will continue to just soak up a lot of the points, which is going to make that 16th place even closer than what I expected. We might end up not even hitting those 30 to 35 points that we were talking about. Maybe low 30s, but 35 or more, I don't see it happening, especially if they just keep soaking up so many points and getting so many eliminations. I mean, we were so focused on Boars Gaming. We were just straight up tunnel vision, baby, on Boars Gaming. And then we switch up to Kodiak, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, wait, 14 eliminations. Teams. When did that happen? They took care of everybody that was coming out of Georgia. So, yeah, for a lot of these teams, if you're able to find an elimination, if you're able to find any kind of point possible, if you're outside of the top 16 right now, you need those. And you need those ASAP.
You got to start targeting those teams around you and get as many points as you can. And honestly, start praying to the circle gods. 100%. Like, if all else fails. Pray to the circle gods.
I mean,
I'm just saying, it's like a last resort. No, it's like if you really, really, really got nothing else going for you, that's your fallback.
Yeah, but if you do end up getting the circle, please utilize it. Please use it to your advantage.
That too. That is also very important.
We've seen it in the past, right? A lot of the teams sometimes end up getting the circle, and this is kind of why I've been praising a lot of the teams here so far in this tournament, that they actually do something with it. They're aggressive with it. They're able to gauge the level skill of everybody else and be like, okay, you know what? We're definitely able to just be a little bit more aggressive here and kind of go for it. And sometimes it works out. But if you're just laying down, not doing anything, you know what? I hope you don't get blazed by the circle. There you go. We ended up seeing Alpha Esports, how they ended up getting eliminated. And Kodiak, to be fair, like they had no other option there. They had to send it to them. They were kind of working against they were working against Board Gaming or the Zone. On that match, like, not really. Like you're pretty much dead.
Or death. Which one do I choose?
How would you like to
die? Yeah, you know what? In a game of PUBG, how about that?
Yeah, that's PUBG Mobile. That's right.
Yeah,
that's exactly it. Maybe with a pan, throwing a pan.
Hey,
whatever
listen,
whatever the case might be.
I got my chicken, okay? I got my chicken right here. All the way around. See PUBG Mobile.
Take a bite of it. Let's see it. I thought you were actually gonna do it. I was like, all right, well.
Yeah, of course. Listen.
We're gonna be losing Sandstorm here shortly. But going into this next match, I mean, you were talking about Miramar. You were talking about some of the teams that you are expecting them to do well. Let's start talking about some of the teams there on outside of the top 16 that need to do well. That you are possibly thinking, you know what, based on what they were able to do in the past, or based on what we've been able to see so far today, they might be able to create some cushion for themselves here on this upcoming Miramar.
Let's have a look to see. Okay, thinking through some of the team names. Secret Way have been performing a little bit, so I'll give them that, and Cave. Like those two teams. I think Cave is actually safe-ish, so I'll leave them for, I think they're above 30, especially after that game. They should be above 30, if not Riot on. Yeah, then they're perfectly fine. I want to see a little bit more from 1337 Juania, especially what Woodson was able to do at the end of the game, just surviving until third place. We talked about how important it is to secure as many points as you can. So what he was able to do and the amount of chaos he was able to cause towards the end for the side of boards as well. Very well played by him. So I think if more members of that team survive, we might be seeing something different from them. But it had, again, you have to use every single game that you play. No more mulligans. No more mistakes.
I'm with you. I think I would have to second the 1337 Juania. I feel like they are just so close there. They're within grabs. They're able to show those good performances as we were able to see in that last match. Another 3 teams, though. I have 3 more teams. So it's going to be Motion. That team is being able to put up eliminations. And kind of just thinking of what I was talking about with 1337, that's kind of what I'm hinting at here. You're able to put up eliminations. Not only just Motion. It's going to be Dizzy as well and Monaspa. These 3 teams have either 12 or more eliminations. But when we actually go over to their placement points, it's no more than 5. One of them even has 3 points. And that's just not going to be enough. If you're able to get those eliminations, whatever the case might be, try to focus a little bit more on the later match, especially going into Miramar. Sometimes it's easier said than done, obviously, but if they're able to just focus a little bit more in that later match, you're going to be able to get at least 2 extra points from those placement points. It might not seem like much, but once you put yourself in that position for those placement points, then the opportunities are going to start opening up, hopefully, for some of these teams in regards to getting some extra eliminations, whether it's third partying, whether it's teams trying to push in the zone. If you're one of those teams that is currently be sitting pretty in a compound in the middle of the circle, praying to those circle gods as Sandstorm was talking about, that can end up happening. All of this stuff can end up happening, especially in Miramar. I'm ready.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have our sunglasses. Boys and girls, it's time for us to take off and take the boys to their second game of the day. So here we go. Let's wait and see who, or rather where the playthrough is going to be started. It's fine. I got you. Listen, you're my co-pilot.
I felt like Ray Charles there for a second. Wait, hold on. Where am I?
Oh God, how are you going to help me, Cass? Yeah, I was bro, you can't see the game. How are you going to help me?
Exactly. Not even gonna know what's going on there, but overall, okay, so we have some of those teams right towards the outside of the top 16 that we wanting to see put up a good performance here.
Sir.
And for everybody, we know that it's gonna be super hard in regards to some of these teams being able to actually put up insane numbers. Just give us some consistency. Just give us some good average numbers here. We're gonna be jumping in, and wow, okay, this playing path is not gonna be helping out a lot of the teams that usually tend to go towards like very north, La Cobreria, Torre Ahumada, or Campo Militar. Yeah, if you go there, you might need to go for that second drop instead.
Yep, this is going to be quite a problem, like you said, for quite a lot of teams. But you know what that means, Seven? That means hot drops, baby. That's what I'm waiting for. Where are the hot drops? I expect 2 teams in El Pozo, I expect 2 in Monte Nuevo, and I expect at least 2 in Los Leones. I don't know about the other locations. Chumacera, maybe nah. Pecado, yes. We'll take
That's
2
the
in
one we
Pecado.
saw one yesterday. That's the one. I think that was the first actual like solid hot drop that we saw.
I think it was El Pozo, actually, but we missed the fight, but I think El Pozo was definitely one of them.
Okay. Yeah, well,
and there's already 2 going
there. To see Pecado. That's the one that we had players on top of the roof of stadium. We'd have players trying to get different angles.
It was Abe as well.
Yep.
Okay, well, Motive and one more team towards Chumacera. 2 teams heading towards Pecado and Monespa. Maybe 3, actually, as well. You also have 3 teams in El Pozo, close enough to each other with Team Modern. 2 teams as well in Monte Nuevo. Oh, my God. And then there's Boars and the Noisy Boys towards the south as well. Maybe getting towards Puerto Paricio. But yeah, we're going to be seeing fights from the get-go instantly in Chumacera. And more in Pecado. Oh, this is what we wanted!
This is exactly what we're looking for Kodiak. I wouldn't be surprised if they just end up getting into a vehicle and going up more north. But guess what? Alpha Esports, the team that needs those points, already starting to get into the action right now. Model, trying to see if you can spot that one player for Modern. These are 2 teams that are currently pretty much secure a spot in the grand finals based on their performances. Meanwhile, Goxona just making sure he slows down right there, making that player from Kodiak think twice, and he's not going to be thinking twice for much longer as the whole squad is going to be pulling up. Hopefully there's no mulligans here because this is Kodiak. They know how to end up playing this. There you go. Easy pickings. One gets knocked, but they are there for the trade. Beautiful play there by Kodiak. That is how you breach a room.
Once again, that's what we want to see from a squad. If you're going for a push 2, 3, 4 v1, try and play around it as much as you can. But okay, hold on. The model was spotted out by Bakaz. Great angle for him to be able to get the first knock onto this Kodiak lineup, signaling instantly that there might be a push as well. But Bakaz threatened by Lost, who also has an angle on his angle. A lot of angles.
You got an angle, I got an angle on your angle. And if you got an angle on my angle, guess what? I'm Ronaldinho. I'm going to be rotating and getting an angle on your angle because I have another angle and he's going to see if he can maybe hit one of these grenades.
You see, you're worried about my angle though, but you forget about my friend's angle too.
Ooh, the M249 there coming out played. Keep in mind, though, even though this team's are already qualified to the grand finals, this could be huge because it's going to allow a lot more points to some of the other teams. Meanwhile, though, Kodiak, they're making the smart decision and having to just make the push. 13-37, a team that needs those points, and they're going to be able to just get those points up against Galaxy. I believe it was Galaxy. Back-to-back games for Galaxy that are not going to be looking good. Getting eliminated in 16th place. And on top of that, at least from what I'm seeing right now, they're not going to get any eliminations. Oh, man, Galaxy is just looking bad. It's going from bad to worse.
Yeah, it really, really is. And now Team Modern trying to get something out of it as well. Full will be able to get the knock onto Mi Model, but the rest of the team is still coming. What are you going to do? Are you going to be greedy and try and finish this elim, finish this knock? Try and go around it. Like, you're going to die anyways, so let the other team suffer. That's right. Finish that knocked person. Make the game more difficult for your opponent. That's exactly what you need to do. No other choice there. So yes, Kodiak, take down Team Modern. Team Modern, you already are in a pretty good position in the overall leaderboard. No threats whatsoever. I think you're 50+ points at this point. So yeah, you're chilling. But a team that isn't chilling, well, 2 teams that aren't chilling, is Dizzy and Alpha in Pecado.
And they won't be chilling for much longer as Backshow from Dizzy's trying to get a spot here, trying to get an angle on some of these players, starting to get a little bit closer. And I'm pretty sure Alpha Esports does have some intel on them because they're being very cautious here. You can see Arrow there at the top, waiting with the Mini 14, seeing if one of the players is going to maybe end up picking out of that window so they can get a headshot, so they can get just some kind of opening here. Alpha Esports starting to be a little bit more aggressive when they need it to be. This is a fight, though. If you're Alpha Esports, do you want to end up taking this fight, or do you want to maybe end up just coexisting with this team and it possibly backing off, focusing a little bit more towards the end of the match? What would you end up doing, Sandstorm?
I don't know, man. Why are you asking me?
Because you're my go-to guy.
Wow, if I'm your go-to guy, oof,
I can tell you
got some
exactly
bad
what I
news
would
for
end
ya.
up doing here in this situation. If I'm Alpha Esports, depending on what the circle is going to be going to,
Yes, sir. Hit me with it. What would you
I would
do?
just end up if they're smack down the middle of the circle, just wait for it. Just coexist with this team. You don't have to push anything. Keep somebody like Earl currently in the position where he's at, keeping a close eye on that situation, and have everybody else just keep on looting, getting as much utilities, getting that level 3 as well if possible, if you end up finding any. But this is not exactly what they're wanting to do. This team is wanting to engage. And they need to be careful because, yes, you are feeling confident after that first match that you had, but you don't want to be too overconfident. As I mentioned, though, it comes down to what the circle is going to be doing here. We haven't really got any chance to see the circle and what we're working with. But if you're not having to move, if you're sitting pretty in the middle, just wait it out patiently.
Well, I'll tell you what the zone is going to be doing for sure. It's going to be shifting. Where? I have no idea. But it's going to be shifting in some direction within the next 2 minutes. That's what I can tell you. What I can also tell you is Star Soldiers. We did mention them before. They were quite aggressive in the first couple of games, and then all of a sudden just fell off a cliff. And right now, they're on top of a mountain. Are they going to fall off again, or are they going to take advantage of this mountain? See if they can spot out the teams that are currently hiding in Picado and waiting to make their way. It is quite a distance, though, I have to say. I'm not sure how well they're going to be able to, or how many elims they might be able to pick up. Maybe steal a couple of things here and there from some teams, but outside of that, just chilling on top of the mountain there.
Yeah, this range will be crazy, too.
Yeah. Then we might actually finally get the longest elimination of the tournament.
Give us some 400. We want more.
More.
So what we want right now, what I personally want right now is I want to see where that circle is going to end up going in about 50 seconds. Because it will start painting a bit of a picture here between this stalemate. There's two teams that definitely need those points. Stacy right now, 20th place, 16 points. Alpha Esports, 23rd place, 11 points. They need those points. And they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive here. Okay. Okay, Alpha Esports. Not
do something with it.
On this one. Grenades are going to be coming in. He's going to be getting very close there to their building. You know, Dizzy, especially Dizzy Cloud, is going to be just getting all this information, hoping that they give him a shot, hoping that they can just spot somebody. Marine needs to be careful, though. He might end up doing just that for Dizzy.
And right
You
now,
have
Alpha.
to play it slow here. Oh, here we go.
You really do. Oh, again. We're doing this again.
We are, but something to keep in mind, though. Just keep in mind, like for this fight that we were just looking at in regards to Alpha Esports and Dizzy, they need to figure out if they're going to be fighting soon or if they're going to be fighting later, because now all those teams towards the north, 1337 too, they could end up passing by Picado, and they could allow a third party opportunity here for some of these teams. So now they actually need to start making a decision based on that first circle. Yeah, you know what? I appreciate the stalemate, but here you need to figure out, okay, are you actually going to be taking the fight? Are you going to be pushing the action? And how fast are you going to be pushing the action? Because this team is right now trying to push the action with two players, and they are going to end up getting that first knock. Now, Daisy being able to put in a peculiar spot here. I think Alpha is going to be waiting. Cloud is going to be pushing up. Who's going to end up winning this fight? Stay tuned, because it looks like we are going to be getting a fight here. Maureen's going to be able to spot Cloud.
And looks like Cloud might have a molly ready for this fight, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Pushes Marin away from that window, allowing himself to reposition. And now Dizzy might be thinking about, I don't know, going to assist, going for helping that revive, or are we just going to dip and lose one of our members? That's the question. Because looks like Cloud has decided, you know what, I think we will maybe take our losses, maybe find a different angle to be able to assist with the fight in the window. Can he get it done?
They're getting ready for this push, though. There you go. Alpha Esports being able to get that finish. Now it's going to allow them to start moving up those stairs, setting themselves up. All four players Everybody is within this building. Cloud still trying to find some other angles. Here you go, Stebro having to move up. They're going to be pretty much cornered here in a way. Cloud needs to find a way here to help out his team. Daisy versus Alpha Esports. This is a big fight for those two teams. Looking to secure some more points. Trying to make it closer here to the top 16. Alpha Esports knows it. And this is why they're being so aggressive. They know that they don't want to end up getting third party as well. Here comes the jump from Stebro. He's going to be going for it, being able to land there on the edge. As we're going to be switching fights as well from PUBG Georgia to Nexus Gaming. Another two teams that need to fight. Stebro going to be pushing in. This is going horrible for Alpha Esports as 3 players are going to end up getting knocked. Daisy with the surprise. It ended up working out for this team, Sandstorm. They were able to jump out of the windows and switch the roles on them.
I'm not sure what happened, but Stepbro was able to find an angle and take down the first member of Alpha, give his team an opening, secure 2 more knocks as well. Perfect gameplay from them. Well played by the squad of Dizzy to be able to secure 3. Yes, they may have lost 1, but we mentioned this. We said that those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard are going to be focusing on and fighting each other so many times.
Yep.
To fight for the higher placements in the leaderboard. But now, 7, we see the zone shifting away this time from Los Leones to the west of the La Bandita as well. So, and I mean, look, some of Picado is still there too, so we take those.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some of Picado is there. Dizzy could end up working with something. By the way, amazing play by Dizzy, huh? Being able to jump off, having the awareness, especially for Stebro, making that push. But they got to be careful here. They don't want to end up pushing 1 by 1. They don't want to end up doing what Alpha Esports ended up doing. Getting surprised. One of the players does end up getting knocked there from Daisy. Marine, being the last one standing for this team, already has 1 elimination to his name. He's want to be able to get more. This is not what you want to end up finishing with. He doesn't have any utility to work with. Stebro does. Stebro making sure that Marine is not going to end up pushing out, allowing his teammate to get revived, allowing his teammate to fully heal up. Just full strategy here from these two teams. Who wants to be the aggressor? Nobody wants to end up getting knocked, especially because it is a 1v3 situation. We don't see it often, but it could happen where they end up clutching up. Meanwhile, Stebro using the advantage here. He's going to be able to... Oh, he was able to spot him right there and absolutely back off. And he's going to be trying to hold this angle. Marin getting that knock, but it's going to be Dizzy. Cloud, too much there for Alpha Esports. Alpha Esports wanted to be the aggressors, and he ends up fully backfiring for this team as they're only able to secure just 1 elimination point, and the circle starts closing in after the fight finishes.
Yeah, and the fact is they're also on the slow side of the circle, so they're not really in any kind of trouble, and they're also very close to it. So again, no problems for them whatsoever. They lost 1 member. They secured 4 eliminations at the end there. Now continue to survive, play for those placements, get both of them together, top 5, top 4. And then the rest of the games should get easier and easier as you feel that pressure slowly lifting off your shoulders the higher you get in the leaderboard. Now, PUBG Georgia. The thing is, one of these players' names is, I guess it rings a bell for me, and that's FlyQ. The only member of this lineup that I remember seeing before. I'm not sure where, but the name is... It rings a bell. See if I can find...
I'm pretty sure you might be able to find it. If not, somebody will be able to find it. PUBG Georgia. They're wanting to change up what's going to be happening here on this second match. They didn't have the best start on the first Erangel. Meanwhile, Daisy is going to be so happy about this right there with that performance that they were just able to put out between that fight. That might be a bit of a confidence booster. That's definitely going to be a confidence booster for this team, wanting to secure even more points. Now they don't have to worry about anybody else here towards Picado. They are going to have to worry about finding a way into this circle. And oh man, talk about madness, talk about terrain. You thought the terrain earlier in that first Erangel match was bad. If you're one of the players, you're possibly going to end up hating this unless you're able to find a building to just park yourself in.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do that. Because right now, I want to set my sights on to 1337, and they might be heading towards the likes of Nexus Gaming and that compound on the south side of the zone. Woodson will be the person to scout it out. He will be the person that gets shot at first, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Boars just getting themselves a couple more limbs. Foopsman lacking a little bit, getting knocked down, but he'll get revived. It's perfectly fine. There you go. Meanwhile, Dizzy actually taking the fight with Kodiak. Lost has been taken down 20. Responding, did Dizzy knock out?
Ooh.
Dizzy knocked out Kodiak in 12th. Which, one, it gives an opening to the likes of Boars to secure points in this game and maybe fight for first place. Two, the likes of Dizzy will be having a massive boost to their morale, knowing the fact that they took down the team that's currently in first place. That should definitely boost them a little bit going into the rest of the games and hopefully turn this game into a massive, massive amount of points as well.
And to continue on with that, what you're saying there, 3, it allows some of the other teams that needs those points. Now that Kodiak is out of the way, we know how much points they're able to sponge usually. That's not going to be the case. Now it's going to give the opportunity for some of the other teams to be able to start collecting those points. Daisy, no. We don't know how that fight ended up ensuing. Cloud trying to find a way here, and the thing is with this circle that they were working in, man, yeah, it's gonna be so difficult for them to find any type of opening. So it's good that they were at least able to start securing those elimination points, not only from the fight between themselves in Alpha Esports, but also from the fight between themselves in Kodiak. Destined to Rise currently having 2 eliminations to their name. This team was in 14th place coming into this match with 33 points. We said they're almost there. You have some cushion, but you don't want to just fully slow down. Motion being a team that definitely needs some points. They need to start doing something here as 1337 is trying to find a way inside this compound, or trying to find a way to just gatekeep them because they are outside of the circle.
That they are, and they have to make a move, and they have to make that move now.
Gatekeep them.
Oh, this is what I like to see. You be a little bit more proactive. You know you are in a position to get some more points. So hop and get to it. Neymad might have a couple of nades coming his way from the side of 1337.
Wait a minute, they're being smart here. Motion as well. Very close to this positioning.
Motion.
1337 was very smart in regards to they didn't want to crash into that compound, considering that it was outside a circle. They decided to just leapfrog them and make sure that they positioned themselves in a way that they could just fully gatekeep them. And that's exactly what they did, because as soon as that team slowed down, the grenades started coming in. By the way, Dizzy still has at least 1 player left alive, so that's good for that team. We'll see if he's going to be able to survive even longer. Destined to Rise is still with those 2 eliminations, trying to find a spot here on Soldiers, but making sure they don't fully let their guard down, as the last player, Stepbro there for Daisy, is going to at least secure another elimination for his team. They do end up getting eliminated, but 8 eliminations, that's not bad at all for this team.
It really is not for that squad, and looks like they are on the hunt for more. They want to secure more. Let's focus towards the side of Boars. 3 eliminations, Cause and Secret Way. We mentioned, or you asked me, which one of those teams do you think from the bottom of the leaderboard can perform in this game? Secret was one of them, and Boars is going to be one heck of a test if they are to prove just how strong they are.
Oh, I mean, Tulika already has those 2 eliminations. Tulika's already putting up a performance even in this match, letting everybody know, hey, I'm here. I know sometimes I overextend, but I'm still going to be able to put up points for you. And honestly, if I was his IGL, or even if he's the IGL or the coach, whatever the case might be, I'll be happy. I'll be like, yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, man. We can nitpick here and there, but if you're going to be getting us points regardless, you know what? Do your thing, play your game, as long as you keep getting us those points.
That's all that matters.
Yep.
And you can see now, Boars with 81 and 4 elims, setting their sights on number 1. Cave, 10th place, relaxing. Noisy Boys, 12th, chillin'. D2R, 14th. Nothing to worry about there. Well, I like the fact that we were seeing a fight between Secret Way, and we were seeing a fight with 1337, those teams that are on the edge. Dizzy on the 18th spot, and they were taken out as well. It's all so close points-wise. You love to see it, but also, obviously, you hate to see it for from the player's perspective, but such is life, and such is the way of these tournaments. zone, shifting and closing for the next minute, and then we'll see where that stage 6 zone is going to take us. Whereas for now, Boars are not allowing Secret Way to leave this compound. They have complete control over the entrances and the exits, and now looks like a couple of smokes, and maybe, just maybe, Tulika is going to try and find a different angle. And I love how much cover he is giving himself here.
This is Tulika. This is Tulika at its finest. He's like, all right, team, you guys are going to be over there. I'm going to be trying to work on an off angle here. I might end up exposing myself, but if this team for some reason ends up making some kind of a move, there you go. I'm going to be able to spot one. There goes one knock, but it's just the overextend that I keep mentioning from this player. You end up overextending a little bit too much, and yes, you might end up getting that knock, but you get punished for it, and then you kind of force your team to just go for it and pick you up. Boars securing that elimination there from Secret Way. And let's see if they are going to be able to pick up Tulika, as he now has 3 eliminations. The person that knocked him did not have an angle there to actually fully confirm it. You can see them. It was raised from Secret Way. He had to end up backing off. Meanwhile, 1337 ends up getting eliminated, 2 in 10th place. But at least to give him some props, that's another team that was able to get a good amount of eliminations here, Sandstorm, with 6.
That's right. 2 less than Dizzy, but still, they're ahead of him, and that's all that matters. And by the end of today, all that matters is being ahead of that number 16 spot. If not right on top of it, then that is perfect. But right now, Secret has that spot. How long can they hold on to it? Because right now we still have Nexus Gaming, Motion as well, and Monespa. Monespa may not have any eliminations yet, but you do have a full squad that is here, that is ready. Show us what you got.
All the teams that I mentioned, except for Monaspa so far, have been able to at least put up some type of elimination number so far this match. It's not what I wanted to see, but I'm not against it. I wanted to see also some placement points. Some have gotten eliminated very early on. Motion at least is still alive. Monaspa still is alive as well with 4 alive. And Boars is trying to make sure they get rid of this player from Secret Way. His teammate's not going to be able to help him because he ended up rotating out, and on the side effect of that one is he ended up getting eliminated. There you go. Footsman was able to get that angle. I think he might have been trying to get an angle there on Boars Gaming instead of finishing that elimination. The knock that he got there on Tulika. Cause this is going to be hard. This is just going to be such an awful spot to be in too. And on top of that, now he's starting to get shot by a completely different team, putting even more pressure on his shoulders. Secret Way right now with 0 points so far this match. Can he survive a little bit longer? Can he try to etch out an elimination? And you know what? He's just going to be receiving that point there as he's going to end up dying and getting eliminated instead by the zone.
Yeah, we'll be taking
over to some Sand Snakes, Stan.
7 squads left here with a 7. Boars still looking for more, destined to rise on the hunt for more eliminations. They do lose Ralph. Naymat now setting his sights onto Nexus Gaming. Nibuni with the cover as Alphys is trying to drive the attention towards him. He manages to get a little bit of it, and he does also get knocked down. Nade from Nibuni. Can this secure the knockout to Naymat? Way too far left. A Molotov that's also way off the mark. One person from the side of Motion is able to hold his ground against the lineup. He has the rest of his team to help him out. Elvis trying to crawl towards his team as well. Can he get finished? Yes, he can. Naymat secures it, instantly lies down. Will have the cover from the rest of his squad. And Nade going in, think too far. Don't think it's going to be able to get the knock. And once again, we go to the control over the northern side that Boars have.
Boars does have some solid control, especially on that north. They just need to make sure nobody ends up overextending, forcing their teammates to do something crazy. Have it controlled here. If you see an opening for a third party, just go for it. And I think that's exactly what they're trying to do as Motion continuing on that fight there. Where's the circle going to end up going? If it goes down the center there towards where Monaspa is, oh my goodness, you were talking about the circle gods. Get on your knees and start praying. Guess what? Monaspa might have heard you because they did that and it's currently working out for them. This is why that team currently has 0 eliminations. But meanwhile, PUBG Georgia, a team that definitely needs some points here, still having 4 players alive, 1 elimination, trying to keep an eye on what might be happening here between Nexus and some other teams, except Bego. There you go. Bego decides to stop laying down. I'm not sure what he's really scared at, considering the position that they have. Super Soldiers getting that third party from Boris Gaming. Boris Gaming smells some more blood in the water. Tulika getting caught though off guard. Boris Gaming, could this be a little bit too aggressive out of this team? A Star Soldier does end up getting eliminated.
Yep. That they are, but Boards Gaming, Havlik still able to heal himself up. Tulika still knocked down, destined to rise, able to get their own revive as well. But here comes Pusher, here comes Tulika, and here comes Boards Gaming to the rescue. They lose one. Pusher's gonna get taken down. Why are you playing with mollies while your teammate is pushing with a DBS? For the love of God, get your weapon out and go for the push. There you go. There's the knock. But the war of the nades delays the inevitable for the side of Destined to Rise, and they are out. But after losing Pusher, that's something that I did not understand. The decision behind playing with the molly or the nade that close. Oh, Tulika, why are you giving me an anxiety attack right now? Stop it!
That was so close. Barely surviving, barely getting into the play zone there. They do end up losing 2 players. And Boris Gaming, what could have been a bit too aggressive there in that situation. I think they were waiting to see how the party was going to do, but they ended up getting a little bit too close and the other team's focusing on them. Meanwhile, Tulika continuing on a tear here. This is looking like it's going to be our MVP for the day so far. After 2 matches, there goes Motion. We have our final 3 here. It is going to be PUBG Georgia. It is going to be Monaspa. On top of that, it's going to be Boris as well. Monaspa currently being able to spot some people. Monaspa, you have been chilling for a long time. The grenades are going to be coming in. You need to make sure you put some more oomph behind those nades so they can end up reaching Boris. But if you're PUBG Georgia, you're happy right now. You're in a great place. You need to be able to do exactly what they're doing at this moment, which is trying to get those angles on this team and trying to find a way to possibly get into this compound. It's gonna be so hard though. They need a little bit of help there from Boris Gaming.
That they do. They need Boris to just to take the attention of Monaspa for a minute or two while PUBG Georgia crawls close enough. Because this is one of the warehouses that's basically open from that side completely for the side of PUBG Georgia, so they should be able to take advantage of that. Boards, now, you need to throw out a road of smokes if you want to be able to get into the zone, but I am going to say it's going to be very difficult. But the thing is, with the side of Boards, they have a lot of eliminations secured so far in this game. PUBG Georgia and Monaspa, not much. So yes, you may get yourself a chicken dinner, but it's not going to have any seasoning. It's not going to have any flavor. That's going to be a big problem. If you want some chicken, you got to have some juicy, seasoned chicken. You got to have some eliminations on top of all that. That's exactly what PUBG Georgia's thinking. They want the elims, not just number 1 and number 2 in the game.
Usually I would agree with that, but at this point where these teams are currently at on the leaderboard, they're just saying, give us some points. We'll take it without seasoning. You only want to add a little bit of salt? That's fine. We'll take any points our way. Monaspa now starting to make the push. Only 2 eliminations so far for this team is because they've been having to sit in that compound. And to be honest, that compound really didn't give them that much opportunities at the beginning of the match and throughout the match to get those eliminations. Now is a chance for them to find the openings here. There's still 1 player alive from Boars, though. They need to be careful, especially for Grizzly. Starting to overextend here a little bit too much, giving himself an opening on the other side from Boars Gaming. They need to be able to get that player. There you go. They end up getting that knock. And the finish, still 1 player alive. And there it is. For PUBG Georgia, they get eliminated. For Monaspa, they're able to secure 5 eliminations, but they're going up against Havlik. Havlik could somehow, you know what? I'm sorry, Monaspa, but Havlik comes out with the way that Boris Gaming has been playing. He could clutch it up, but he's going to be a little bit too much with all the angles that they currently have on him. That is it. Monaspa being able to secure that win, and that is going to be massive for this team. Came in with 16 points. Yes, you're able to get 6 eliminations. Not the double digits that we're used to seeing, but still being able to get another 16, putting you at 32. Perfect for Monaspa.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about. And you know what? Props to you as well. When you asked the question regarding the teams that needed to perform in the next game, you mentioned Monaspa as one of them that has to come out with a performance. Same goes for Dizzy. Same goes for Motion as well. And every single one of those teams did come out with something points-wise, whether it was the chicken dinner for Monaspa, whether it's a combination of both eliminations and placements as well for PUBG Georgia. That is changing things up because in the previous games we've always had, like we mentioned, it was very top heavy. It was always first place, second place, third place in the overall leaderboard that are constantly getting the eliminations. But now it's the polar opposite with the bottom side of the leaderboard. Yes, of course, there was the outlier in Boars Gaming, but it's Miramar. That's always going to happen, regardless whether you like it or not. Boars will get top 4. But outside of that, I'm loving the fact that we're seeing all these teams from the bottom show up again because now it's making it so competitive. And now I don't even know who the MVP is, Seven.
Tulika. Has to be Tulika, right?
Okay,
unless damage and average survival time comes again. But in my head, MVP is always the one with the most eliminations.
Well, survey says
Tulika was that player, and it's not.
Nope. You are 0 for 2. Well, we're 0 for 2. It is Duchu from Motion. 4 eliminations and 1,000 damage. Very well played by him to be able to secure that in a game number 2. But more needs to be done if you want to secure that top 16 spot. Not much more, though. After a game like that, still, not much more. I want to see, first of all, what we're looking at or how we're looking at when we see the match ranking and, of course, how that is going to impact the overall leaderboard. And also, just another quick reminder. What's up, Group B? How we doing? We feeling okay? We feeling all right? We seeing our points being enough or not so far? How we feeling?
At this point, honestly, from Group B, I'm pretty sure when we end up going towards that that overall is YPAB. That's the team that's currently stressing out, especially with the other teams that I mentioned starting to step up. And that's the thing with those 3 teams that I mentioned. We know that you guys can get the eliminations. You guys were able to showcase that perfectly. Dizzy being able to take on Kodiak. To be honest, though, as much as I wanted that team to perform, I was not expecting that. If you would have told me that Dizzy was going to be able to eliminate Kodiak, I would have been like, yeah, you're crazy. All right, let's not be absolutely crazy here. But for them to be able to do that, I even mentioned it during that match as well. It allowed a lot of the other teams to just be able to soak up points, to have a top dog outside of the match and not have to worry as much. And as I mentioned, Tulika did end up being there the most eliminations, but I think it might have come down there with the most damage.
Yeah, I believe it did. And this is the second time that we've been baited like this because we've also seen Boars, I believe, in the first game when they had, when Tulika also had 8 eliminations for himself, but he just didn't have the damage to follow it up to secure the number 1 spot or just to take that MVP spot for the game. But nice from Ritson as well. PUBG Georgia at 351, not a 382 that we've seen on Erangel, but still nice distance to see for the longest elimination from that last game. Nexus Gaming as well showing up with one of these stats in EXO, having the most eliminations when it comes to nades. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a couple of other teams players that also had at least 1 elimination with a nade.
Yeah, maybe. For sure. I'm intrigued, though, to see that match ranking. I can't wait for it because it's going to let me know a little bit more of how some of the other teams perform because it was so focused in regards to like the first fight that we saw, right? There were some teams like Nexus. I don't actually remember what Nexus ended up doing that whole match. I want to see how many points they ended up with, because that's going to be affecting as well. Yeah, some of the other teams performed well that were hunting them down. And here you go. Nexus did end up with at least 6 points for themselves. You see, Boars Gaming, even though they didn't end up getting the win, just the amount of eliminations, you called it too. They end up top 4. Regardless what happens in Miramar, this is their map.
Yep. It's just going to happen. Monaspa, lovely from you as well to be able to get that number 1 spot and the chicken dinner. Of course, the 6 eliminations, 16 points in total. Motion with 11. PUBG Georgia with 10. Fantastic for them. 1337 Juania. Again, you guys had a phenomenal game when it comes to the amounts of eliminations that you were able to secure. But once again, maybe just a bit too aggressive. Might want to have to play a little bit more calmer next time. You need to get those placements as well, not just the eliminations if you want to qualify in top 16.
Ooh. I'm debating on that one, actually. Especially for that team. I think for some of these teams, like for even them, yeah, I would love to see them get those placement points too. But if you're able to secure at least 6 elimination points, that's good. Take any points that you can. In my mindset is take any points any way that you can, as long as it's 5 or more. That's what all those teams are going to be looking to do here. Because if you're able to do that, let me do some quick math. Yeah, that's right. That's going to be about 25 points. And for a team that came in and had 20 plus points too coming into this last match. You might be able to put there, but I think you're right as well too, Sandstorm, because if it comes down to it, if everybody else starts performing outside of the top 16, it's gonna be just so tight. I honestly think it's gonna end up coming down to that last game for a lot of these teams.
And these games are just going to get more and more interesting because you know what, Seven? It's time for Sanhok, baby. It's your favorite map. And you know what? Just seeing you happy, seeing you excited, that makes me happy, Seven. So I'm very excited to see what Sanhok's going to do. But still, it's not my favorite map. But we do have a lot of love for Sanhok. And with that, the carnage, the chaos that ensues in that map, yes, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th parties. But we'll get there in a minute because right now we have the overall leaderboard. Boars Gaming 6 points away from taking second from Abe and a total of 12 points away from Kodiak. But they are equal in terms of eliminations. I like that from Kodiak and Boars. And of course, Abe as well. 66, 74, 66. Insane to see. Monespa though.
I'm
jumping over.
You're looking at all that. I'm looking.
Yeah. I was like, wait, hold on. My
plays,
bad. Take the lead, baby. Take the lead.
Hey, I'm over there looking at 16 plays. Just look at all the teams that were able to make a move. Even if they weren't able to make a move, they were able to get just a lot closer to the 16 plays.
Oh, God.
You have Motion being able to pull up there with 28 points. Seeker away, 1337. Dizzy as well, positioning themselves in a big way. PUBG Georgia, even though they didn't get the amount of eliminations that we would have loved to see, at least they were able to secure some good placement points for that team too. But overall, I mean, it's just getting closer and closer. 16 plays right now at 31 points. You were asking earlier which team from Group B is currently biting the nails. It's just currently not wanting to see what's happening. And it's going to be YBAB Esports because they're sitting at 36 points. And right now, with everything that everybody's doing, it's getting scary. It's getting really scary.
Yeah, and right now, there's only one team I'm thinking about. YBAB.
Yep.
They're sitting there like, oh, God. I don't know if that points we got was enough. Because right now, they're seeing like 6 teams at 28 points. And they're like, I don't know if what we did was enough. Guys.
We mentioned it too,
this
though,
right
Stan.
here. Yeah, we did.
Yep.
We did.
We
Group
said
B.
it could be 30, 35, but if the big sponge at the top doesn't end up happening, and that one right there like proved it perfectly, Kodiak goes out. Yeah, Boar still being able to put up those points there. You don't have Abby Esports to worry about, luckily, in this match because they're not even playing. They were one of those teams there from Group B. It allows some of the other teams to just find a way to position themselves to get those points. Monaspa being able to do that one, even though I'm with you too. I would have loved to see Monaspa being able to get a lot more eliminations. They do end up with 6 though, and with that terrain, as I mentioned during that game too, that we were able to work with, I mean, it's pretty black and white. You either sit in that corner, you either sit in that compound, or you try to rush out, and then sometimes that don't end up working out. So I'm glad they made the right decision there by being able to do the play that allowed them to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and that chicken dinner is basically going to save them and keep them going into the top 16 now. But what's up, Seven? What's with the grin? I don't like it. I'm very sus now.
Too easy. Some of these teams, it's too easy, baby. Right now, Boards, I mean, I'm thinking about Boards. They're just like, Tulika, go do your thing. Like, the reason I do want to let the viewers know, and you know as well, the reason why I'm nitpicking certain things for Tulika and certain things for Boards Gaming, it's because with everything that this team has shown me so far, in my mind, I'm already thinking about the grand finals, baby. Yep. I'm over here playing chess with some of these players because I'm like, all right, if you get to the grand finals, yeah, even if you're able to still perform the way you are in this lobby, if you make it to PMSL, certain things are going to get punished a lot faster. All right?
Yep.
So the little things here and there, yeah, you're getting away with it here in this lobby, but when you start going up that ladder of PUBG Mobile Esports, those things that you might have gotten away with in the past might not get away with in the future, and that's why sometimes we end up seeing certain teams getting stuck at this bracket level for PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. And that's one of the things that they have to worry about. And then, who knows, there might be some things that they don't even know about when they get to the higher levels of play or higher levels of competition. It's like, oh wow, we didn't even think that was something that we had to worry about when it came to playing with these kinds of teams. There's a lot of things that go into it, but Preparation is key, and that's why when we talked about the tournament style, a semi-final, 3 days, 5 games a day, especially with it being groups, one of the most important things is just recognizing what is going to work for you depending on the group that you are in. And I guess right now for Group B, with it being done and dusted, it's just being very, very stressed. Once again want to bring it back to the fact that you're sitting there and the fact that you can't do anything. It's just what's done is done, and now you have to wait and see. Other teams, right now it is within their hands to qualify. They have the ability to do so. And the fact that, once again, knowing what target you need to qualify just makes things so much easier for you. Having a goal, having a target, an objective to drive towards just makes things 1,000 times easier for you than not knowing where you're going or how long it's going to take or how many points you need. Just makes it so much difficult.
I think especially after this match, we might end up getting, in my head at least, some teams already eliminated from contention. If Alpha Esports is not really able to put up like a good performance, but what I mean by good performance is 8 to 10 points, they're not going to give themselves enough cushion, especially with the way that everybody else is currently working above them. On top of that, Galaxy Esports currently sitting at 14 points. This is a team that is able to get those placement points, but are not able to get those elimination points. And right now, with the way that PUBG Mobile Esports currently works, is you want to be that team that's able to get all of those eliminations, because it's a lot easier to be able to adjust certain things in a match to make it so you get those placement points than it is from being a team that you're used to getting those placement points, but your fragging power is not there. That shift is a lot harder. So for those two teams, I'm calling you guys out. I have to see a good performance here going into Sanhok. I need at least minimum 8 to 10 points. If not, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it in Erangel or the final match in Miramar, because remember, once we get to those final matches, madness happens. Teams at the top, you already know you're qualifying. Teams at the top aren't going to give a damn. They're going to be rushing. They're going to be seeing somebody over there like, come over here, boy. I'm trying to end the day early.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, we just want the day to end. We have qualified already. And the thing is, they're not going to care who's in front of them. I don't care that you're trying to get 16th and qualify. I don't care if you're 20th and you need every single point. I want this to be over. Like, I've already made it. Like, you guys are not worth my time right now. I don't care what happens. And sometimes having that mentality and just going with it, you just decide and you just go and do crazy things. Like, you'll squad wipe and you're like, hey, okay, that worked. Let's do it again. And then you just go again and you squad wipe and you're like, hey, this seems to be working. Let's try it again. It just keeps on going until eventually it will fail. But hey, at least you had fun in the game.
Perfect example, I think, as we're starting to get ready here for Sanhok, is Kodiak. Kodiak, last match yesterday, with the amount of points that they had, I think in their mindset, they're like, all right, we already secured the spot. They started doing something different that they had not showed us the whole day, which was those early engagements. And then they followed up not only on that last match yesterday, they followed up here coming into today on the last day of the semifinals by starting those early engagements. They're like, we honestly got nothing to lose. Sometimes teams do care about the bragging rights of who finished first place, who finished second place or third place when it comes to semifinals. But sometimes teams actually don't give a damn. They're like, we're going to the grand finals. That's when it will actually matter the most. Let's put ourselves in situations that we are usually not able to, and we are maybe uncomfortable with, and see how we're going to be able to perform. Let's get that extra practice, considering that for all the other teams, this isn't practice. This is make it or break it.
It really, really is. And it's a make it or break it of epic proportions for a lot of these teams, because this is where their esports journey begins and or ends. So you have to make sure that you take this opportunity, make it count. And I believe we should be jumping into the next game very, very soon. So let us know your predictions. Let us know who you're supporting and who's going to come out on top in game number 3, because here we go. It's time to jump into Sanhok, and it's time to see what Seven's favorite map has to offer, and will there be a hot drop?
Ruins, Boot Camp, Paradise Resort. My eyes are glued to those 3 spots. I don't know how I'm going to be looking at those 3 spots at the same time, but let's not ask questions that you don't really need to know the answer to. Just know that I'm going to be cross-eyed insanely. Let's see if it's going to happen, though. Ruins. I mean, we saw Kodiak yesterday being able to land in Nakam, Sami. They had a good spread too. Boot camp though has been one of those POIs that has been challenged quite a lot too, and it's gonna come down to that first circle. I mean, it comes down to the first. We're gonna get a center circle. We're gonna get a east, west, north, south, whatever the case
Camp
might be,
Alpha
and how much
circle.
water is gonna be at play here in Sanhok.
I'm thinking it's going to be a northwestern circle towards the likes of Camp Alpha, making it difficult for the teams on Kampong. I'm surprised no one got Docks or Cave, but we have a team towards Semi, Camp Charlie, and somewhere in between both of those locations, which is a bit mad. No hot drops on Painan or Boot. No, there might be something on Boot Camp, if I'm not mistaken. Paradise. Ooh, Paradise is going to have 2 teams dropping. And that... Yo! Camp Bravo! Top right of it. Why is there Kenzor from the Noisy Boys while the rest are in Painan? Did Boy forget to drop?
No. He's wanting to have fun. There you go. We get the first circle. Ooh, with this circle is actually going to allow that hot drop to happen in Paradise Resort. These 2 teams are going to have just so much time to work with. It was destined to rise, and I couldn't get a chance to see what the other team was. I'm pretty sure we'll get a chance to see it here shortly. That's Alpha Esports on boot camp. I mean, wait, am I getting 2 hot drops on 2 out of 3 other spots that I mentioned? Man, I'm on a roll today. I might have to go play the lottery here because Galaxy is one of those teams that definitely needs those points. I was calling them out, and guess what? It's the 2 teams that I called out that needs the points that are gonna be fighting each other. Alpha Esports making the push there. Oh no, not yet. Slow down there, Cowboy. It's gonna be Star Soldiers, by the way, against Destined to Rise. Kodiak being able to spot there by Monaspa. Molotov is going to be coming in. Oh, man, this is going to be absolute madness here in Sanhok. This is why I like it, Sandstorm. Madness right off the bat.
Exactly, and especially when it involves Kodiak. Ooh. The second member is going to be going down. Mimodel, now all of a sudden the last member left standing, and they won't be standing anymore as Monaspa take them down. And Kodiak, once again, eliminated early on in the game. Boars must be ecstatic with that because they're thinking, hey, first place is up for grabs. But now we have a battle of the bottom with Galaxy and Alpha. Who will come out on top? So many angles, so many windows, so many corners, so many different places and positions to watch. Alpha, they lose 1, they lose 2. They secure their first of the game though. Looks like everyone, all members on all sides. There's gonna be casualties for everyone. Sajko also goes down. Galaxy going in to finish those elims with a knife. It doesn't even matter. They want to secure the elims. They don't give a damn about the rest of this game. The only thing that matters is this fight right here, right now. Leo up against the DPS close range, switches over. Oh my god, to the mutant, but instead it is Leo. QBZ takes him out at the end. 4 elims for Galaxy. They only managed to lose 1 at the end of all that chaos? What in the heck just happened?
Galaxy Leo with the 4 eliminations to his name. He clutched up when the team needed him to. That's what you want to see out of that player, but they need to be careful because Daisy is going to be coming up. They still haven't hit my mark. Yes, you're able to get those 4 elimination points. You do end up losing 1 player, and I love that you mentioned it too. These 2 teams, before Alpha Esports got eliminated, as soon as they saw any knocked players, usually you would see kind of a gentleman's agreement. You know, I'm not going to finish you right away. Sometimes players don't really have to worry about finishing. These teams need the points, and they were in a hurry to make sure they secure those points, especially on any knock player. So it's good to see the proactiveness there out of Galaxy Esports, and they're starting to realize that another team is starting to push up on them, and they want to make this shift a little bit faster. They want to start focusing up a little bit more towards the end game, considering that they already have 4 points to their name. Kodiak, you mentioned it earlier too, once again getting eliminated earlier on. They're still there within that 4th place. They did end up passing not only Abby Esports but the 100-point mark, but Boars Gaming wants to close that out. That is just a bragging rights thing though. What you want to focus on, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be that top 16. As Team Modern is trying to be cheeky here. They have 1 player behind Secret Way. Secret Way currently with only 28 points. They cannot afford to get eliminated this early on, as Modern doesn't really need the points. They're already, with the way they're currently at with the 52 points, they're already going to be going over to the grand finals. Secret Way, they're not at that stage yet. They need this points.
That they do. 18th with 28 points. 7 points. That's where the gap is right now. 7 points between Motion, Secret Way, and Super Soldiers Epic. We're currently sitting at 35. Ronaldinho looking for Secret Way, looking for that opening frag. Jumping DBS. Oh my god, the angle! But Gogosna was ready as well for the trade, for the refrag cause. Trying to just dissuade the push from happening. Nade misses. Actually damages his teammate instead.
Yeah.
Love you though, he does have an angle. I'm not sure why he hasn't been taking shots.
This is good for Secret Way though. Secret Way right now taking on the offensive here, having the last player from Team Modern, what Team Modern looked to be like it was possibly going to be an easy fight as they were being the aggressors. Secret Way wanting to secure even more points to their name, but they need to be careful because KV Esports is starting to get close. That is the madness of Sanhok. Third parties, fourth parties, you call it. People are going to be driving by, and if they hear anything, they will try to go for it. Goxona from Team Modern having to back off from this fight, deciding, you know what, we don't want to end it just yet. We're going to be doing some relocation and seeing if we can maybe find some kind of angles or just fully back off from it. Secret Way being cautious. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Cave Esports might have been able to steal one of those eliminations, because right now Secret Way only has one from the 3 players that were knocked or eliminated already from Team Modern.
And let's see what with Team Modern losing those members, how is it going to impact the rest of the game for them? I mean, it shouldn't impact their tournament journey, like you mentioned already. 8th place, 52, perfectly fine. Noisy Boys, Cave as well. We said this before. One game can change everything for a team, especially in a tournament where we have just 10 games for qualifying, where top 16 make it, and then get serious when we have the 12 matches between the best 16 teams. And now the zone shifting towards the eastern side, going towards Kampong and Lakawi, Nexus, Cave, and Secret Way trying to play in the center of it. I'm liking the idea that Nexus are going for, but they will run into the players from Motive. 1337 come off from the southern side of the zone towards the likes of Cave. They will have a little bit of a high ground and be able to scout out any players or any teams coming in from the bridge towards Camp Charlie. And I would like to report that the players from the Noisy Boys still have not been able to regroup together. Kenzor, the player on his own, is still all the way near the eastern shores.
He's wanting to go for that extra off angle. Meanwhile, Secret Way, as we saw in the elimination feed, being able to hold off some players there from Galaxy. Meanwhile, Nexus Gaming here on your screen, getting ready to go up against Motion. You can see them, Nexus Gaming, needing these points, making sure that if they do end up engaging, nobody is going to end up coming up behind them or third-partying. Nexus Gaming being a little bit cautious here. Galaxy as well in the horizon. We saw what they were able to do earlier. Only 2 players left alive. Nexus Gaming trying to find a way here to back up. The smokes are going to be coming in. Meanwhile, Boris Gaming on your elimination feed taking care of PUBG Georgia. That's another team that needs the points. They cannot allow themselves to get knocked this early. That Molotov is going to be coming in. The grenade's going to be coming in. Both of them doing some damage, but not enough to cause a full knock. This could be a bit of a stalemate here, as Nexus Gaming is just trying to find those angles, but they need to be careful. They're just giving out so much time and making so much noise. Some other teams could end up third-partying them.
And that's the thing. When it comes to Sanhok, third parties and their duration are a lot shorter than they usually are when we're looking at maps like Miramar and Erangel, right? When you're looking at Sanhok, 30 seconds, 45 seconds tops. If the fight is not over, let's say maybe even less, depending on the stage. But you have to be extremely careful, because we know so many teams that are always waiting for an opportunity to get more points in order to qualify. PUBG Georgia was one of them, but looks like Boars say no. And this time it is Foopsman who ends up with 3 eliminations. And this is all happening outside of the zone, about 1 kilometer away. And yes, this is Eastern Europe. We use kilometers. We don't do this garbage with miles. We're not doing this.
PUBG Georgia's not going to be able to secure any points there. 21 points, man. Now what you want to see going into the last 2 matches.
No, sir.
They're going to have to put an insane performance some of the likes we haven't really seen out of this team. Motion trying to find some angles here on Galaxy. Galaxy, only 2 players left alive. They're going to be looking to not engage with anybody. And on top of that, they ended up losing Leo, the player that was able to clutch up most of the eliminations in the hot drop that we ended up getting between them and Alpha Esports. This is just a stalemate here from some of these teams. This is, I know it's not pretty sometimes, viewers, but this is what needs to be done. You need to make sure you play smart with what so much is at stake. You already made it here. This is the new circle. We're going to have Quarry at play. The Noisy Boys still... Cansor is just going for his
yeah,
swing.
he's...
The Noisy Boys having a 3 split there, making sure they secure some compounds. Meanwhile, though, Daisy, look at them. They're making sure they secure themselves a compound. They're going to be living across the street there of Secret. If I'm not mistaken, that is going to be Secret Way, Monaspa 2, Nexus. A lot of these teams that need the points, positioning themselves in a great place here for the final circles of Sanhok.
Final circle is going to be absolutely on fire with all these squads making it in. And again, with having so many compounds, so many structures in play around the quarry as well, it's going to be a lot of cover. So many different areas once again to watch. Not like a city finish, but similar in some of its aspects. Looking towards the health bars of some of the teams. Galaxy hoping to see if they can get a revive. Don't think they will be able to, though. Boars, yes, they're still outside of the zone, so they are taking a little bit of damage here and there. But they are stimming and they are healing themselves, so they should be perfectly fine up until they get into the zone.
Monaspa playing smart at the moment. 36.4 eliminations so far this match. We saw what they were able to do against Kodiak. They're feeling themselves. Secret Way, with what's so much at stake, these teams are just playing it slow. They don't want to give an opening to any of the other teams, especially with the positioning that they currently have. This is a very strong positioning too, if this circle continues to go their way. Galaxy trying to go there for the revive. They were able to get the revive, so that's a good sign there for Galaxy, as Motion is going to have to start rotating around. 1337 is going to be on the horizon there for them. 1337 still all their players alive. And for everybody currently watching the stream, let us know in the chat, who is your favorite team? Comment right now, and in about 15 minutes or so, we'll try to give you a shout out. As KV Sports finding somebody, Cansor there, the player that was so far away from everybody from the Noisy Boys, he ends up getting eliminated there by KV Sports. Meanwhile, Motion playing it slow. I think this is what we're going to be seeing, especially after the madness that we saw early on in Sanhok. A bit slow of a play here until the circle just forces them to fight. All of these teams need points.
That they do. Dizzy, Nexus, 1337, Motion, Secret Way. All these teams are fighting for the points to get them over that 35-point threshold. Meanwhile, off the screen, YBAB is thinking, good Lord, why couldn't we play today? Why couldn't we play today? Why do I have to watch all these teams that are literally just a couple of points away from taking our spot? They were sitting on 32, 33? No. Are they in 15th place right now?
Who is?
YBAB? I think, yeah, the YBAB are currently
YBAB
in 15th
is in 14th
place.
With
no, 15th.
36 points.
Okay, well, right now, Monaspa is in 14th with 36. I'm assuming with placement points or tiebreaker rules, they are apparently have the advantage.
Yeah. Because of the elims they got here, they were able to pass YBAB, so that's good for Monaspa.
Yep, that's good for Monaspa. That's good for Secret Wave. That's good for Motion. That's good for any of the teams that are thinking about, hey, what's the threshold then? 32, 33? We might be able to do just that. Or rather, 35, actually. Right on the money. We'll find out at the end of today, because right now, Super Soldiers versus Dizzy. Two teams in desperate need of those points. All-Star already knocked down. Step Pro healing up. Not sure if that heal was going to go through. Actually, yes, it does. No, it doesn't. No. They got another knock. And with you securing another knock, this is the signal for you to go in and take the fight. But it looks like we're jumping over to another one. Monaspa versus 1337. Yet another important fight for that top 16. Nate comes in. But Makivnik is able to survive somehow. I'm not sure how, but here comes another nade. In that room, there's no escape. They will be able to get taken down. And finally, 1337 are out. Monaspa with more points, and now 39 in 14th with 7 limbs. They are sitting pretty, but not like Dizzy and Super Soldier 7.
They're definitely not going to be sitting that pretty. Dizzy now trying to find an opening here. There's only going to be 2 players left alive. Boards is trying to get into the section 2, trying to help them out. Secret Way making the push, finding the opening that they needed to find. Although Love You is going to get spotted there by All-Star. He wants to be able to secure that elimination. Remember, any point matters for this team. Dizzy, All-Star being able to secure that elimination. I don't know if he was actually able to get it. There you go. He was able to get it. Very low HP, maintaining alive somehow, some way. He's not going to be able to secure. Oh my goodness. Just too much there for Dizzy and All-Star. Secret Wave finding the right opening here for Soldier Stars, and they're pushing for it. Grenades are going to be coming in. The shotguns are going to be hopping out. Secret Way just going on a tear, but there's so much commotion going on. There's so much smoke going on that Secret Soldiers is able to come out. Star Soldiers is able to come out on top there of that fight, and somehow they're able to fend off 2 teams at once.
All this chaos, and we still haven't seen the zone shift. And now with it heading towards the northeastern side, Boars, they might be heading towards the Super Soldiers Epic and try to push them out of that compound. Nexus and Cave fighting towards that eastern side. And now, just to give you a little bit of a quick update to when it comes to their overall ranking, YBAB currently sitting at 16th. They are right on the edge of either qualifying or not. 35 points for Secret Way, who have just been taken out a minute or 2 ago. Equal, I believe, with the side of YBAB. So next game, 1 or 2 points for Secret Way, and it should be enough. But then you start fighting with the likes of Motion, 1337, and Nexus to hold on to that spot.
That's right, and I don't know how much longer YBAB is going to stay on that 16th place, considering that Motion is still alive. Nexus is still alive as well. It could be this match. It could be next match. It could come down to the final match in Miramar to see which team is going to end up knocking off YBAB. And then it comes to a completely different race with the expectations that we have of 30 to 35 points. It was actually 36 if we make YBAB the actual cutoff. These teams are performing and exceeding that. It's not really the big sponge that we saw at those 2 teams in the first couple of days, in day 1. And then on day 2, with what Kodiak was able to do and Abby Esports was able to do here, so far it has been Boars Gaming being able to sponge up a lot of points, which is allowing some of the other teams at the bottom of the table trying to secure even more points. Bootsman has 3 eliminations for this squad. Boars Gaming has been able to put up a good performance. One team that I was talking about that they need to be careful from if you're YBAB is going to be none other than Motion, as Motion is starting to turn up the heat here on Nexus Gaming, trying to see if they can just pass them on this match, on this Sanhok, and make it a little bit easier. Give yourself some cushion because everybody else is going to be hunting you down in the last 2 matches.
The last 2 matches that will tell the story of these qualifiers. Give us everything we need to know about the 16 teams that represent this region in the grand finals, where 4 teams will make it into the PMSL. And maybe, just maybe, go on to do even bigger and better things in 2025. Some of these names we could see time and time again. Some of these names we already have seen time and time again.
That's
the likes
right,
of Havlik.
Gaming using Corey to their advantage here. They really don't have to move much. They have a divot to work with. Nobody is behind them, so that's working wonders for them. Meanwhile, Motion, only 2 eliminations so far. Going to be having to go up against Monaspa. On top of that, you have the Noisy Boys, TNB, baby, in front of you. Smokes are coming around, but the Motion really needs to find an opening here. They need to be able to spot somebody. Not let them be able to spot you, but great shot there from Matt being able to clutch up. Everybody just started peeking. Everybody lined up perfectly for Neymat Motion, and that is at 3 Ps, baby. 1, 2, 3 in a matter of just 3 seconds.
And just like that, Neymat takes down 3. Didn't even have to do a lot of control or anything. They all just kind of peeked from the same angle, same doorway, like, huh? And they just wiped out.
You got knocked? Wait, what? Oh, let me check. Oh, man, I got knocked. You got knocked?
No.
Oh, man, now we're eliminated.
This is the equivalent of Yo, he has a sniper. Don't peek him. Okay.
He does have a sniper. I peeked. Oh, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
peeked again.
told you he had a sniper. Wait, let me see what kind of sniper. Ow! Dude, I got knocked.
Motion might end up passing YB and B with the way that they're currently putting. Because right now we are keeping in the tally, the elimination points, all that stuff. But once this match is over, those placement points will come in handy. Boars Gaming, though, still working around here within Quarry, trying to see if they can spot an opening using those vehicles to their advantage. Trying to figure out what they're going to be doing. What kind of sin are you going to be pushing here? It's Tulika trying to see if he can maybe find a usual spot for himself, wanting to always get those off angles. There you go, Boars. Need to be careful, though. They're going to notice that the Noisy Boys is starting to make a push. They're going to be able to get that first knock. Foosman is going to end up getting knocked out from behind. Not going to be working out perfect there for Boars Gaming, although they're just sending off people. Motion trying to be smart. They try to make that push during that third party. It doesn't end up working out for them. The Noisy Boys now starting to make the push. Motion is going to end up with a 5th place finish, but the Noisy Boys are in a bad spot as well.
They really are. Yes, you may have the center of the zone, but you have every single team vying for that spot. And you are exposed from every angle. Why are you peeking when you have been getting shot at from 3 angles at the same time? What doing? Trying to hold their ground. That's what they're doing. But the problem is, with so many angles to watch, with so many angles to cover, what can you do? Throw another nade. Trying to get a couple of knocks. Trying to slow down the push. But now, finally, the team that has been threatening Boars this entire time is finally getting a taste of their own medicine. But the nade's coming on to Falcon! And down he goes! Here comes Super Soldiers and Cave. Super Soldiers, they need this. They need this so much. And we know that they can do it. But against the Boars, it is going to be a tall task. With 10 eliminations already for this lineup. 3v2. And the fact that the center of the zone is also in favor of Boars. And now they start to spread out a little bit. Try to figure out where they can go. But the zone knocks out Mano again. And they have seen this. They know there's only one player left. They secure the knock. They secure the last person. They get themselves 12 elims and a chicken dinner. Boars will take first place.
Okay. But I tell you, Boars Gaming was going to get a win here. You were expecting a 1 in Miramar, but with the way that they were able to play it off that Quarry, it ended up working out perfect for that team. But overall, we got to start focusing on some of the other teams because, man, they were able to put up a good performance. Super Soldiers? I think it's safe. Star Soldiers, it's safe to say that they were able, with that kind of performance, with those kind of numbers, unless something absolutely madness happens here in the next 2 matches where everybody at the bottom just starts passing them, I think that cushion that they just created themselves is going to relieve a lot of pressure of their shoulders. On top of that, Boars, though, continuing to get that sponge, it's making it harder for some of the other teams as well. Luckily for a lot of the other teams, Kodiak and everybody else is not being too top heavy, man.
It really is. With 3 teams now over 100 points, and then 4th is 60, maybe 55. That's absolutely, yeah. It's insane. but ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into or get ourselves ready for game number 4, we're gonna take a very short break. So get yourself a cup of tea, get yourself a coffee, whatever drink you'd like to have. Kick back, relax, and we'll be back here in a few minutes to continue the last 2 games of PMCO EEU. See you in a few.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूं शीता ब्लैक पाकिस्तान से और मेरी उम्र है 22 साल और मैं एक वार्म ऐप क्रिएटर हूं और साथ में कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूं।
Hello.
असल में मैं टिकटॉक यूज़ कर रहा था तो मेरे सामने एक वार्म ऐप की वीडियो आती है, तो बस उसी से इंस्पायर होकर मैंने वार्म ऐप बनाना शुरू कर दिए। और मुझे याद है कि मेरा पहला मैप गन फाइट के रिलेटेड था। असल में मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो जब भी मैं वार्म ऐप बनाता हूँ तो उसकी वीडियो जो है वो मैं टिकटॉक पे डाल देता हूँ, तो वहाँ से लोग देखकर वार्म ऐप खेलते हैं। तो इस तरह मैं वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न करता हूँ। वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम के आने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मुझे और अच्छे और वायरल मैप्स बनाने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका रिवार्ड बहुत अच्छा था और इसी वजह से इसका कंपटीशन और बढ़ गया था और बहुत से क्रिएटर वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल हो रहे थे। जो लोग वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल होना चाहते हैं उन्हें चाहिए कि वो मैप इस तरह बनाएं कि लोगों को पसंद आए और वो खेलें, तभी आप वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न कर सकते हैं। टिकटॉक क्रिएटर होने के नाते मुझे इससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है। जब भी मैं वाव ऐप की वीडियो टिकटॉक पर अपलोड करता हूँ तो मेरे फॉलोअर्स जो हैं वो कमेंट करते हैं, जिससे मुझे और क्रिएटिव मैप्स बनाने में मदद और आइडिया मिलता है।
Well, hi everyone, my name is Diane Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023 and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now, we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls. If anybody want to join, joining is very simple. They just need to go to my TikTok account. In my bio, there's a link for a Discord. That's how they can join me. Great question. The biggest challenges are usually technical issues and lack of confidence and creative blocks. Our community helps by offering step-by-step guidance, sharing tutorial and doing map reviews. We also hold practice events where members can get feedback and grow together. Absolutely, my experience with the TikTok helped me understand the visual engaging and what grabbed the attention fast. I applied that to my map design by adding unique, unexpected twists and making sure the gameplay is fun to watch and play, just like a viral video. Well, to make things easy, start with a clear theme or a story in your mind. It helps guide your layout. Then break your map into a small section, like a start with the environment, then a gameplay element, and finally polish with the details. And most importantly, don't be afraid to test, fail, or try again. And most importantly, ask for a feedback.
Blast off as we are back and ready for the final two matches of the PMCO EEU 2025. And boy, has it been an absolute insane day so far. We thought we came in with certain expectations. Sandstorm, by the way, I'm joined alongside none other than the man that you see right there next to me, Sandstorm. We had some expectations coming in, thinking that it's going to be top teams only. It's going to be a lot harder for some of the other teams to be able to get points. That is not the case. And just to remind everybody, it was actually Strick from KV Esports being able to get that MVP on that last Sanhok.
Yeah, that he did. And I would say this was maybe one of the lowest MVPs that we've seen, but this only makes me think that a lot of the other teams, a lot of the other players were around the same kind of mark, and the differences might have been very, very small in terms of the damage difference between a lot of these players, with it being Sanhok. And yes, we did witness quite a lot of crazy moments, I do have to say, in that last game. But, you know, I can see why Sanhok's your favorite. I do have to say, it does have its distinct flavor, its own taste that it adds to the competitive scene of PUBG Mobile esports. Do love having it in the rotation. But I also like having the variety of Erangel and Miramar. You know, every single
for
one
sure.
of these maps, it gives you something different to enjoy as we spectate.
Just when you need something like eye bleach, you know, you just go to Sanhok. You know you're gonna get action regardless. You know you're gonna get action right from the bat, in the middle, and definitely at the end with just madness. But yeah, Boris Gaming being able to get that win, good stuff out of them. For all the Boris Gaming fans out there, congratulations. Your team is looking really good. And if we don't talk about them that much, it's because we are really, really focused on what's going to be happening there for those teams trying to fight for the top 16. So you know what? Let's take a look here. Foosman actually ended up with the most eliminations, and Havlik with the most grenade eliminations too. And this is more like what we were expecting on the first day for your favorite stat of them all, distance elims.
Yep, distance 185. That's what you expect to see in a map like Sanhok. Not going to be seeing those big numbers, but still interesting stats for us to see. Foopsman, once again, we did mention that he was the one that managed to get like the most elims for the side of Boars in that last game. See if he can do that one more time. And also, I'm curious. I mean, I did say that yes, they should have taken first place after getting that chicken dinner and getting those points towards the end of that last game for the side of Boars, especially with the winner chicken dinner that they managed to secure. So I want to see if they managed to get first place, and if so, by how much. That is something that the overall leaderboard will be able to tell us.
Oh, I think they will be able to take over that first place. And then it's Korea going to end up switching their stuff too, or they're going to be wanting to be a little bit more proactive instead of just taking those early fights, or they're just going to be continuing to do that same thing that they've been doing all day. Because Kodiak, yes, for everybody out there, I know they've been dying early. I know they're currently not performing the way that we were able to see yesterday, but after yesterday, they could take a breather. They could put themselves in situations that they didn't really have to before. The match ranking, though, Boars Gaming with those 22 points. And then on top of that, Star Soldiers, 10 eliminations to their name, 16 points. That's what you want to see for that team.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. And we did mention how important it is for them to secure that amount of points. And I think for Star Soldiers, Manaspa, Cave, they're chilling. Motion, we'd have to see an update on the overall leaderboard. Secret Way as well. They should be relaxing after that. Galaxy got themselves a couple of points once again, elims, but no placement points to speak of from the previous game. And Nexus Gaming, I believe them and Dizzy and 1337 Juania, they should be close. They should be able to, they are within range of contesting that number 16, 15 spot. They just need to do a little bit more.
Yeah, PUBG Georgia, destined to rise. I'm thinking of just PUBG Georgia. I'm thinking of Alpha Esports too. They weren't really able to do much. Remember, I did going into this match, I did say I wanted to see a good performance out of those two teams. And what a good performance meant was 8 to 10 points. They were not able to get even close to those marks. So it's going to reflect here on the overall. You can see them just starting to get away from them when it comes to that 16th place. But in 16th place, it is going to be none other than Motion passing YBAB Esports. We knew this was coming. We just didn't know if it was actually going to happen or when it was going to happen. YBAB Esports, a team that was in Group B, a team that's not playing, gets eliminated.
That they do. Unfortunate for the side of YBAB. But we did mention that is going to be around the cutoff when it comes to how many points you need to qualify. And YBAB, first team that we can guarantee as not making it to the grand finals. Alpha, Galaxy, every single one of them, all the way up until Secret Way. You can all still make it. You can. It is difficult, but it is possible. It's going to require something that we haven't seen from you, but it is possible. There is a new cutoff.
There is a new cutoff. You want to know what it is? It's going to be none other, at least for me right now, it's going to be 300 Erangel with those 46 points, because they become the next team that's currently not playing, that teams are going to be looking to hunt them down. And if in the last 2 matches, if we get exactly what we've been getting in the previous matches, where the teams that are wanting to get those points, that are fighting for those points, actually trying to go for it, it could be the next team from Group B getting eliminated. Could end up being 300 Erangel. We don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know if it's a possibility, but I just want to put that out there because they're not playing anymore. They're not able to defend themselves. We saw what happened with YBAB. We've seen what's been happening right now with Destined to Rise, Monaspa, Motion, all these teams starting to step up in a big way. Anything can happen here. That's why Star Soldiers, that's why we were kind of so happy to see them being able to perform and at least get some points in that last match.
Yeah, they managed to get some, and those points will be making a difference for them. But now, Seven, now that we've had, and I want to say like the majority, 8 games, so more, we've passed the halfway point for today's games, let's say. 2 games left left in the I want to say like the roster, in the schedule that we have lined up for these guys. What's going to happen within the last 2? This is because this is the moment we've been waiting for. This is what we said. This is what we were talking about when we said chaos ensues in the last 2 games. Teams will be hot dropping. They're going to be looking for those teams held up in 16th, 15th, 14th. We talked about it, but are we actually going to see it? Is it actually going to be manifested in front of us? Is this going to happen? Are teams going to start targeting each other from the get-go?
Oh.
If not, I'm telling you now, do it. Do it. And
Targeting.
Also, if you're watching the stream, why? Go play your game.
You want targeting? Wait. From which teams? Which teams would you want to see target each other? I'm actually really intrigued with this point of view that you're
all
going
the
with.
teams, all the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, the teams that are within like a minute or 2, or rather a point or 2 from qualifying, the likes of 1337, Motive.
Like targeting other teams?
Yes, targeting other teams that are on the 16th and 15th point mark. It's like take them out, like start your game by taking them out. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Start by targeting those teams.
Brother, I usually don't disagree with people, but yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with that one, because if you, for some reason, don't end up taking them out, now you're just hindering your chances, and then it becomes a match where you're going to have to make sure you perform in that last match. And if you're one of these 2 teams, especially towards the bottom, they haven't been able to show us a pop-off performance. They haven't been able to show us something of the likes of what we've seen from some of the top teams, either a win or double elimination win or whatever the case might be. So yeah, for these teams, it's funny you mentioned this, because I even posted it on Instagram, a clown face and bottom teams targeting each other in early fighting, because I think it's just so silly for them to do that. Just focus a little bit more into the later game, focus yourselves more within the circle, and try to make sure you secure yourself some points. Obviously, if the chance is there, if you do have the percentage advantage to win that fight, then go for it. But just know that with only 2 matches left, there is too much at risk at this moment to be targeting anybody.
You see, I get where you're coming from. That yes, it is too risky, and maybe it's just best for them to play, survive, and rely on their own play style. But then, the only question that comes to my mind is: let's say I did my best, but the other team still survived. That then becomes the problem. Is the fact that if the other team survives, I have to get X amount of points, where X is the difference between me and them, plus all the points that they secured in the current game. But if I remove them from the beginning and then focus on surviving until the very end, it makes it easier, because at least, once again, I have a target and I know how many points I need to get in order to pass them and get into the top 16. So that would be the focus. It's like, would you rather rely on the game circumstances and rely on the other team making mistakes, or would you rely on yourself, try to take control of the game and eliminate your opponent from the beginning?
I see your point. It's a 50-50 situation. On this
Yeah,
next
of course.
game,
It's not an
on this
easy
next
decision.
game, like, I would just rely on the game. I would just rely on playing my style, not targeting anybody, seeing what we can do with that one. And then if that's the case, then okay, in the final game, I can see some teams targeting it. But then on top of that, you're saying that you kind of have to worry about what some of the other teams in front of you are going to be doing. We got to remember, There's teams right now in the leaderboard that are not playing. There's teams right now in the leaderboard that are not being able to defend themselves. I'm going to be looking at 300 Erangel. They're sitting there with those 46 points. After that one, it comes down to Shockwave. They're also part of that Group B, sitting at 49 points. So now you have two targets that you're able to hit. If you're able to be consistent, for example, I'm thinking of Motion. If you're able to be consistent here and at least get, what is it, 13 points in the next two matches, that's going to be a good solid average of 6.5 points, whatever the case might be. If you want to be able to play it out that way, you at least know and you have a target. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be able to pass those teams from Group B that are not gonna be able to do it. But we can speculate. We can do as much math as we want to, but only the game ends up deciding the fortune of these teams. Only the players will end up deciding what they want to do, if they're gonna be targeted or not. But in regards to targeting, if we're gonna be seeing any type of targeting, it won't be from those bottom teams. It could be from those top teams that got absolutely nothing to lose. Maybe wanting to get some highlights. Maybe wanting to make the life a little bit harder for some of the teams at the bottom, which has happened, which we have seen it happen so far today as well. And it could continue to happen here in the final two matches, especially in Erangel that we're jumping into.
That we are. And the instant question becomes, hot drops, where art thou? Melta Power will see the presence of Kodiak there. That is their usual drop. We will see a hot drop from the beginning on the bottom side, I believe between Secret Way and Galaxy. Secret Way looking to see if they can get themselves a couple of points and surpass those last few teams that stand between them and qualifying. School, Rosehawk, we're going to be seeing some drops there, but I don't think they're going to be close enough to force a fight and be a point of contention. Zone shows up. Once again, we are going to be seeing Mansion Prison being smack dab in the middle, but so much water on the eastern side there, Seven.
The water, the location, that northeast looking circle, my goodness. For all of the other teams that went there towards the left, jeez, this is if you're one of those bottom teams, try to find a way inside that circle, secure a compound, and do what you are capable of there from a good position. Secret Way is going to be one of those two teams. They're currently sitting at 35 points. As I mentioned, the next cutoff point that we're going to be looking at from Group B is going to be 300 Erangel, because they're sitting at 46 points. If they can just pass that, they know that they're going to be at least a little bit more secure. And for Group B's, we mentioned YBAB for the longest time because we thought that was the only team that was going to be at risk of getting eliminated. But with everybody else stepping up here in a massive way, it's looking like it could be a couple more teams from Group B getting eliminated.
It does seem like that is going to be the case. But what an ending to this tournament we are going to have. Still, Motion right now with 37 points in 16th place. YBAB in 17th. We can't see them, but we know they're there with 36. And Secret Way, they know that it's 2 points that stand between them and qualifying. But obviously, it's also a team that is currently participating. So for the likes of Nexus 1337, Dizzy, those teams that are currently within a maximum of 12 points within the qualifying, yeah, Motion's going to have a lot to deal with.
Way too much to deal with. And that's the thing. They need to take matter into their own hands in regards to this circle right now. They need to make sure that they end up positioning themselves in a good way. Alpha Esports being one of these teams. If we're counting out teams, man, I don't want to do it yet, but just my heart's telling me that I don't think Alpha Esports is going to be able to clutch up here. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that they do something that we haven't been able to see before. But I just don't see it happening. I don't see this team being able to go from 24 plays, 13 points only, all the way up to 46. It's going to be almost impossible for this team.
Yep. Unless.
So you're telling me there's a chance? There's always a chance if you're alive and able to defend yourself.
That's true. There's always a chance. Just have to take it. It's very simple. It's very easy. For us to sit here and say how easy it is, yes.
Super easy. No, it's not. It's a lot harder.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. No, we're getting a qualifying PMCO to get all the way to PMGC. Yeah, I can do that. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't even made it to the 128 teams. Wouldn't even qualify to just signing up.
Dude, I think I would have failed the sign-up process in the first place.
That bad, huh?
It's like,
I'm with you, man.
It's like, yo, you want to sign up to the tournament? Oh, you need to have an account. It's like, I need to have an account? Ah, shoot. Okay.
All right, never mind. We're not that much alike. I got an account. What you mean?
I got an account, dude.
Too.
Yeah. I got to get my borders once the tournament's done. What do you mean? Got to get that esports supporter border, you know? Got to represent.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
The avatar frame. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good Kodiak. Hey, Kodiak, not taking a fight early on. I'm sorry. Let me clean my... I might need my glasses here. Kodiak was like, okay, last 2 games, boys. Let's see if we can duplicate what happened yesterday. Last matches of day 2, okay? We'll see if they're going to be able to. Secret way, though. 18th place right now, 35 points. This is what we're going to be seeing. This is exactly what we're going to be seeing, I feel like, for the next 2 matches. Is teams not wanting to risk anything. There's just so much at stake. Everything is so close, too. Even the teams that are already inside the top 16. I'm looking at Manaspa. I'm looking at Motion. Destined to Rise. You can even put their Star Soldier Epic. Even they're not safe, man. They need to be careful, and I think they're going to be playing it just like that. They're going to be playing it careful.
You have to be cool, calm, and collected. Especially coming into the last 2 games of the day and of this semi-finals. We've only lost 2 players so far. 1 from Team Modern and 1 from Motion.
Oh. There you go.
To the old town road.
Trouble was able to get on top of that horse.
Sorry, how many songs can you get around horses or about horses?
I should have a couple because I listen to country music.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You dabble?
Oh yeah, no, I listen to it. I'm awful with like song names. I'm awful with like artist names. But if I hear a tune, I'm like, oh yeah, baby, this is the song I like.
Okay. Fair enough.
Road trips in Texas, hear me out.
I mean, listen, Texas is something special because you can drive for 10 hours and still be in Texas.
Damn right. Oh no!
Texas is...
Galaxy.
Someone drowned. Yeah.
Galaxy ends up losing 1 player. Yeah, man.
I didn't want to point it. It's just I didn't want to point it out.
I have to. Yeah,
because we really. Yeah, you're.
Not only is the only action we're
baddie.
getting so far is one of those teams that I'm just in my head. I'm just counting out. I'm sorry, Galaxy fans, but I just don't see it happening. We will need some type of PUBG Mobile miracle. An insane performance that we haven't really seen the likes of from these teams. Especially the teams at the bottom. 23rd place, 24th place, 22nd place. Hear me out, though. If I'm saying that,
okay.
PUBG Georgia.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll go back to that one because this is actually very important here. Nexus Gaming, a team that's looking to get some points. Currently with 28 points, 1 elimination so far already, 2. Trying to see if they can find Kodiak. Imagine if you're not only able to eliminate Kodiak, but as well get those points. That's exactly what you want to see. Ooh, we're going to get a little bit of just Naya Poliana there. How many teams there towards the east above Lipovka? Playing it safe.
Right.
Let's see if they're going to get it here. This could be a massive fight for Nexus Gaming. They already got 1 player from Kodiak. Can they convert even more or at least secure this area and not have to worry about Kodiak? Make them back off.
Well, for the side of Nexus, they can chill. They don't have to risk the fight right now. You still have a very decent position going into the next zone, next stage. So don't overextend. Don't do anything crazy. Hold on to the position that you have right now. See if you can scout a little bit more. Get a couple of elims because you cannot waste this game and then let everything be on the line in the last game. You can't do that. You have to do something in this game. You have to get a couple, at least 10 points. That's what you're going to be aiming for.
For which team?
Nexus. You're going to have at least 10 points this game, yes.
I'm with you. Wait, Hold on. Let me see. Actually, I want more. I want a lot more from Nexus. I think I'm going to be a little bit even more critical from them. I'm going to say I want like 15 points if they actually want to have a realistic chance at the end, as we are seeing Team Modern, a team that's currently within the top 5.
Hey, yo!
Another team, 1337 there with a horse getting fancy and doing some backflips. I didn't even know that was possible, but 1337, this is important as well for them. They need to be able to get those eliminations, and they need to make sure that none of their teammates get eliminated. They're able to secure at least one. They're able to get a control of this compound. The grenades are going to be coming in, though. Still, one more player from Team Modern is going to be at the top. He's going to end up jumping down. They need to be careful. They're going for that heal. He's going to get knocked again. You cannot afford to lose that player. Make sure you do anything within your power to secure this elimination. They're trying to get it. There you go. Finally, 1337. Juania being able to secure that elim and making sure that trouble doesn't get flushed.
Well played by 1337. We mentioned how they needed to start off this game with a couple of elims. That's exactly what they do. They didn't lose a single member either. And that, I believe, is the most important part of it all. The fact that they didn't lose a single member. And they kind of took care of one of the teams that was competing with them for for one of those spots. Dizzy was was actually equal in points to 1337 going into that fight. So 1337 securing those elims, very, very important. Now let's have a look at the zone once again. We saw it shift towards Yasnaya and Mansion, and here I think it's going to shift towards the southern western side. I'm thinking Mansion and southern fields of Yasnaya might still be there.
Oh,
never mind, it's just southern. We get Mansion, but no Yasnaya. There's going to be a lot of open ground. And instantly 1337 decide, you know what? Let's go take Mansion. And I like that. I like that decision.
Split. You see that 2-2 split from Nexus too. And we're seeing if they're going to be regrouping or what they're going to be doing with that. The Noisy Boys get into a fight here with KV Sports. These two teams are already pretty much going to be going towards the grand finals and destined to rise. A team that I mentioned, yes, you are currently within those top 16, but not comfortable enough points-wise. Ends up getting eliminated. They're only sitting at 42 points. If you're Monaspa, if you're Motion, Secret Way, 1337, anybody trying to make a push there towards the top 16, you will be happy to see that.
That you would be. And with 1337, we were just complimenting you. We were just talking about how, I mean, it wasn't we, it was more of an I. I'm sorry.
You're good.
I shouldn't have complimented. Yeah, I shouldn't have spoken so early about them. I cursed them, 7. I done did it. Falcon. Okay. He sees his friend getting taken out, run in front of him. Meanwhile, Keep decides, you know what? I might just take the car and dip, or I might just take this 1v1. Falcon. Come on now, Noisy Boys. No stress. You guys have 54 points. Same can be said for Cape with 61. Keep with the M4. And that puts a smile on the majority of PUBG Mobile players everywhere, as once again a DBS has lost a close range fight. We take those.
They definitely lost it. Now a fight that it's gonna decide a lot of the grand finals if it does end up happening. Nexus now is starting to circle Monaspa here. Monaspa with those 48 points, currently sitting in 15th place. Nexus outside of that. Team that they want to get. Oh, the tire gets popped. Does the spin around, but luckily for him, there's a tree on the way. So Ripper's not going to be able to do anything after that. Nexus Gaming deciding to back off from this. They don't want to have to control any of this area, considering that it's the edge of the circle, trying to find a much better spot. This team, this is what you feel. This is what I felt like you were kind of hinting at. In regards of teams taking control into their own hands, not necessarily targeting, but driving around, trying to find the best position, but making sure they don't get caught here, as they are going to be going up against PUBG Georgia. And PUBG Georgia, a team that needs those points, they'll be keeping a close eye on Nexus.
That they have to, because PUBG Romania, this game could be everything. You could make up for all the mistakes from the previous games if you manage to take advantage of your position in this game. Right now, PUBG Georgia, what can you do?
Sitting pretty.
Oh, the zone.
Those
Oh, they
angles.
are now. Yeah, look at that zone shifting towards PUBG Georgia. I mean, obviously towards 1337, but PUBG Georgia is still there, and they might be able to catch out Nexus if they move and when they move. Come on, Georgia. One game. Flip it all. Do it.
I feel like about to start chant here. Georgia. Meanwhile, 1337 is saying, you know what, forget about that fight because we're making sure we continue to get at least some eliminations, even though it's just one player left. Just playing. This is it. It's okay, Georgia. This is what you need to be able to do.
What they need to do is secure all the limbs, but I do like this angle. They have a very, very good POV right now. Meanwhile, one last member from the side of 1337 thinking, I am doing the good old-fashioned 7 playstyle. Find a corner somewhere in the zone and hide.
Yes, sir. That is me. Especially for this sweet points. Look at Nexus. Nexus is deciding to do that. The thing, though, in a way, as much as this might not seem risky, this is still a risky play because, yeah, you're not going to be getting any eliminations. You are hoping that nobody crashes on you. But if that crash does end up happening, they need to make sure they secure some points because if not, all this time, all this camping that you've been doing will end up being wasted. One thing that we do have coming our way is that you can see right now, 2nd place, 4th place, 9th place, 10th place, a lot of the top teams in this lobby have been eliminated. And so far, a lot of the teams there towards the bottom are staying alive. If you're wanting to get there to the top 16, you will be happy knowing that.
That you will be, knowing that at least you made it to the next step of the tournament and you have a chance to fight for those 4 spots in the PMSL EU, or, yep, PMSL. Sorry, listen, it's PMS. It started off PMPL, PMSL, PMCO. There's a lot of PMs, dude.
It's a lot of progression. PMCO.
Yeah, that's what it is.
PMPL.
It's a lot of esports.
PMGC, PMP, everything, because it is all about PUBG Mobile esports. Secret way.
Yes, sir.
Trying to find the last players there of 1337. Meanwhile, look at this. Talk about camping. Talk about waiting. Guess who it is? That's right. None other than Alpha Esports. Waiting patiently. They only have 3 players left alive. Only 14 points. What was it that we needed to see out of them? 15 points? I think 15 points is a good number. They need double digits, so, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, 7. I think right now, after those 20 seconds, and after we see this next zone, we're going to be seeing Alpha, 1337, and Secret Way all fighting. Somehow, some way. It will happen.
Who will win? I'm just kidding. I'm not going to put you on that spot. Who will win it?
No.
Let's see.
I mean,
please go mention. Please go mention. Actually, I wouldn't mind it. Yes.
Okay. So that means that now PUBG Georgia has to move. Nexus, Monaspa, Boars, Secret Soldiers, Super Soldiers, and Galaxy. They all have to make a move towards this zone now.
That's right. All the soldiers here. I mean, that's going to be a tough push there, having to push out from heaven. Galaxy there towards the south as well. A lot of teams are going to be put in peculiar situations, and if I'm any of these teams that are in Mansion, I'm going to be a little bit worried of crashes. Because as many teams that might be there, there's really not that much to work with. Not really much you can do with this kind of terrain.
Oh, hold on.
Unless you're Georgia. Georgia's going for it. Georgia's going to be going for it. Galaxy is backfiring, though. As one of the players does end up getting knocked, please switch to that fight. That fight is so important for me. Georgia somehow being able to come out on top. They're just training. Meanwhile, Nexus is trying to see if they can find that third party. We're switching over to Boars Gaming because they're making Monaspa, those teams that are currently wanting to get those points. There you go. Pusher in the squad, being able to find them. But Galaxy, PUBG Georgia, that's the fight I want to see. I want to know what's going on with that because, oh my God, Galaxy, I'm sorry. I usually don't like casting of what we see in regards to the elimination feed, but we got to mention it. PUBG Georgia ends up getting eliminated, and Galaxy is able to come out with massive 4 points. This could be the start that this team needed. This could be the little layup that they need for that final game, but they need a lot more points than just 4 points.
They really do. Yes, they are currently in top 9 of this game with the potential to get a couple more points. Meanwhile, look towards Manaspa. They did have a knock. They might be getting another one. They lost Vanok as well. Ripper might get ripped, but no, he should be fine. He should be able to make it to the next zone. Boars just focusing on that northeastern side of the circle and still threatening the likes of Manaspa. The rest of the squads that are currently in the zone, though, we did mention how much trouble we are going to see towards that mansion side. Secret Way, 1337. A lot of teams are going to be coming your way now. Except Motion will not. They will stay in 17th place with 37 points, 2 points behind Secret Way, who is currently in 16th with 39 and 4 elims. They just need to survive. Nexus, 30 points, 3 elims as well. This is insanely close to the end of the 4th game of the day. Out of a possible 5 that we have.
It is going to be close, but this is huge right here. This team being able to have the hovercraft, if they can just find a position without it getting blown up, if they can find a position where towards the middle of the circle, find some cover, secure a spot, and then in a way create themselves like a little compound with how massive that hovercraft can be, this could be good for Nexus Gaming. One player, though, for some reason, one player decided to stay behind. I don't know if there was some miscommunication there between these two teams. But as we're seeing on the horizon there as well, Galaxy just starting to take care of Nexus Gaming. EXO is gonna not be able to do anything in this position besides just throw smokes, because every single player from Manaspa is keeping an eye on them. On top of that, Star Soldier starting to do some work on Galaxy too. So many fights going on around at the moment.
Yeah, and it's only going to get more and more chaotic as the zone will start shifting in 20 seconds. Soldiers taking the fight with Galaxy. Again, teams in the bottom of the leaderboard taking fights against teams in the top side. Galaxy lose new trucks, and they will be eliminated. Looks like the points that they got from PUBG Georgia will not be enough. They will require a chicken dinner to make it, and I don't think from what we've seen from them before that it will be possible. Ripper from Manaspa knows, yes, I'm in 15th. Yes, I have 40 points, but I will need more. And I am not giving any to Nexus.
That will be the smart plays there for that team. Meanwhile, we're going back to Boars. We're really liking what Boars' aggressiveness is currently doing for some of this team, especially going up against Star Soldiers. A team that is currently having a good amount of points, but they're wanting to make sure they secure even more. Really intrigued more on some of the other fights here. Yeah, congratulations, Boars. You guys are doing amazing, but this is what matters to me right now. The teams that are trying to get into that top 16, Nexus, EXO is gonna end up getting knocked. Manaspa securing more points, trying to make sure they start pushing out some of the other teams even lower in that ranking. 300 Arak Valley. Earlier it was YBAB from Group B. Now it's 300 Arak Valley just starting to bite their nails, hoping that the points that they have scored are going to be enough to keep them with the top 16. It's not looking like it so far.
My God, and look at the teams, like where they are in the leaderboard. They're currently still alive. Alpha, who is in last place, 1337 in 20th. Nexus in 19th. Secret Way in 16th. And then, of course, Boars in first. And Boars, being the problem that they are a full squad as well.
Soaking up those points.
Yeah, they're against duos.
Talk about Boars, that is the main factor. I mean, they're just soaking up a lot of points here from these teams. Not what you want to see if you're of the likes of Alpha Esports, which are having to be quiet. This is just a little bit too passive for my liking at the moment. Yes, you're allowed to be passive, but right now you also need to start collecting those points. It's a bit of a switch, Sandstorm. You have to be passive when you need it to be. You have to be aggressive when you need it to be, and you need to be able to readjust on the fly, because it's always changing here in PUBG Mobile Esports. It never slows down. Sometimes you need to be passive. Most of the time you need to be aggressive, especially if you're in a situation that Alpha Esports is currently in.
Let's see what Alpha Esports can do. Can they perform a miracle in this game? Can they pull off the impossible? Can they secure more points than they have in the past 8 games? All in this one. Manaspa, Rippers out, and you can see they went down to 15th place, so we still don't know. Destined to Rise, they are not guaranteed. Manaspa, Secret Way, they are not guaranteed, but Secret Way right now know at least that they need to get as many eliminations as possible. Just survive in that next game. So many teams with so many different stories to tell.
Boar's already up to 9 eliminations. I'm pretty sure a lot of the other teams that are towards the bottom wish that they could play this aggressive, wish that they had this kind of skill at the moment so they wouldn't find themselves in the situation that they are. Pusher trying to spot somebody. He's going to be able to get some shots, but not fully get that knock. Luckily for that player from Nexus, that vehicle is already blown up. He's going to get behind the rock there. And luckily for everybody else currently within this circle, Pusher is outside of the zone, so he will be forced in. But look at him. He's just trying to be a pest. He's trying to be a pain in the butt for a lot of the teams that are currently fighting to get those points. Tulika with that off angle. We've seen it once. We've seen it over and over again. You mentioned it earlier. Boars Gaming right now with all their players alive, trying to stop this bottom teams from getting points, from getting closer to that 16th place. Secret Way finding somebody from Alpha Esports. There you go. There's the first knock. Nexus needed that opening to stop worrying about it. Sadly for them, they're not going to be able to secure that elimination as he was able to find cover right away, and his team is right there to pick him up.
And they did provide some smokes. We'll be able to provide that revive as well. Cause from the side of Secret Way gets themselves another knock and another elim. Every single point that they are able to secure will make a difference. 1337 as well. Just his survival. Woodson did it in the first game of the day, and now Silence is doing it for the team in the second Erangel of the day. Elvis, you're not going to cross in the open. No smoke, brother. Nope. Just not going to happen.
Sadly, it's just the deal there with the circle that they're having to work with, and also the team that they're having to go up against. You can see Boars now just starting to shoot the ground, seeing if they can find any snakes, spot any of them, maybe get a hit marker. But they're just going to be controlling this whole circle. At least for Secret Way, for Nexus, for 1337. Yes, you might get some eliminations here, but you're still being able to at least secure some placement points. They need to be able to find a way, as hard as it is, especially with the zone that we're currently working with. They need to find a way to possibly get that win. I think that's what Secret's trying to do right now. Not only just third-party this fight, steal some eliminations if possible. Alpha Esports making sure they find that last player from 1337. Can 1337 clutch it up? This would be massive. 2 extra points to his name. And Alpha Esports not going to be able to do anything because it's none other than Footman from Boars Gaming throwing grenades. He hears the shots and he stops anything on the path.
And he takes one of those elims away. But Silence still ended up getting one of them as well. So it was a nice little trade. And look at that split that Boars are playing. They know that they have complete control over this game. Yep. They know they have the numbers, they have the weapons, they have everything they need. I say that, and Nebuni knocks Tulika. I say that, but it's fine. Nebuni has been taken out. Boars get 12. And Boars look like they are on the hunt for their second chicken dinner of the day. They managed to secure one on Sanhok. Missed out on the Miramar, but they still ended up being top 4. And now they want to get this last game if they can. It would be magnificent. Secret Way, though, Cause on his own will be forced to take the fight. The nade should get him enough damage. Secure the elim, secure the elim, secure the elim. Perfectly played by Cause. And he might have just done enough to qualify them. But still, we have one more game. He knows in 1v3, all he has to do is just survive. Maybe not give them the point. Maybe just go and die to the zone. Oh my god, they almost gave him another one. But the zone, I believe, took him out. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Boars extend their lead. And they send a message to every single team participating and competing. We are here. The lead is ours and ours alone.
That's right. Kodiak, you were able to get 3 wins on your day 1 of day 2 of the PMCO EEU. Guess what? We're trying to go for those 3 wins as well. We still have 1 more match left, and it is usually their favorite map when it comes down to Miramar.
Yes,
we'll see if that team will be able to do it. But the big storyline, though, Secret being able to at least secure 1 elimination right there. I've heard it. You were saying it. Secure the Ilum. Secure the Ilum. That is because every point matters. He could end up coming to that just 1 point. And for Secret Way, that 1 point could come via that last elimination point that we just saw.
Well, Seven, I am very curious. Who was the best player? Who was the MVP in that last one? Could it have possibly been a player from Secret Way? It has to be someone from Boars. Yeah, Boars. They had the most elims. Don't be crazy. I was trying to like
horrible at picking MVPs, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm like
listen.
8.
Oh, listen, don't worry about it. There's no prize here. It's only just us losing our dignity live on stream. Anyways, let's have a look at the MVP, and it is Foopsman with 3 elims and 840 damage by the end of the game. Very well played by him, and very well played by the side of Boars. And I think Foopsman, second MVP of the day?
I believe it is.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe when they got the chicken dinner in the first, well, when they got a chicken dinner, we also saw Foopsman with one heck of a performance and an MVP. Not surprised.
Yeah, not surprised at all.
Also. Yeah, Tulika was almost supposed to have an MVP, but I think he didn't have the damage. He just had the eliminations mostly.
And the average survival time too. He ended up getting eliminated earlier. By the way, something that we're able to see there out of this team from Boars Gaming, especially with Foopsman being able to get 840 damage. That's a lot of damage for only 3 eliminations. So it just goes to show how much of a pest this team is being to some of the other teams. We saw them whenever they were in heaven. They were trying to get different angles. They were trying to see if they could spot anybody to just knock them. So far, for Boars Gaming, congratulations. You guys are currently performing really, really well. But for some of the other teams, if you're seeing Boars Gaming, they're just scratching their heads. They're like saying, why? Why are you making my life so difficult? And something that you will be happy about, Sandstorm, going into this last match, it might not be targeting, but a lot of these teams do need to take matter into their own hands. They need to adjust on the fly. If you're one of the teams at the bottom, I think it's going to be almost near impossible for some of them. But for some of the other ones, it could just be a couple points to 10 points. Anything can happen going into the last Miramar.
That's very true, including hot drops, including targetings. But let's have a look at the match rankings from that last map. Remind everyone what happened. 1337, 1337 Juania with the 10 elims, 14 for Secret Way. Very, very important. Nexus, same thing for them. Star Soldiers, also important. Galaxy and Alpha, bar a chicken dinner with 15 eliminations. Realistically, even more. Yeah, you need like 15 elims plus a chicken dinner, and for the teams in 16th, 15th, 14th to get like 0 points.
These are great numbers though. Like look at Secret Way, look at 1337 Nexus as well. This is the exact same amount of numbers that I wanted to see for some of these teams, especially in the position that they were. That way they give themselves a fighting chance, right? Now they don't have to be overly aggressive necessarily going into that Miramar. They could still play a little bit passive as long as they're continuing to secure some points, because you don't want to be too passive, because you end up getting something along the likes of what happened with Alpha Esports. Yes, you're able to secure 3 placement points, but only 1 elimination. It's such a hard marriage to find a way to get those placement points and be able to get those eliminations as well. When are you aggressive? When are you passive? When do you need to turn up the heat? And this is when we end up finding out which teams got it and which teams don't have it, and which teams are going to end up being going home.
Well, we'll find out which of the 16 teams out of the 24 have it by the end of today. For now, we're going to look at the leaderboard and find out who is under threat, who's under fire. Good lordy. 42 points for Manaspa and Destined to Rise, who are currently on the edge of qualification, and they are on the qualifying side. Motion, 1337 Juania, Nexus Gaming, and forget YBAB, unfortunately. But yeah, those 3 teams with a point difference between them. 6 points away from qualifying. 6. When it comes to Dizzy, yeah, I don't think Dizzy and the teams below have a chance unless it's a chicken dinner. For the teams above, it's because the difference isn't that massive. You don't have to risk it and hot drop the enemy team. With the difference being small, I don't think you have to. But if the difference was, let's say, Galaxy or Dizzy trying to catch up to Destined Horizon Monaspa, I would 100% target them at that point.
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, Galaxy Esports, PUBG Georgia, Alpha Esports are out for me. It's especially Alpha Esports. I mean, it's technically impossible for them to be able to get in it unless they just go on an absolutely world record type of game here on the last match. For Dizzy, there is a slight chance based on where 300 Arik Valley currently is with those 46 points that they have. But for Dizzy, they would have to do something that we really haven't seen out of them, and that is being able to get a win and back it up with double eliminations. They will need minimum a 20-point finish to be able to go up to the top and then knock down Arik Valley. Then we're looking at some of the other teams as well. 13-37, they're currently 10 points behind too. This is what I'm saying. They needed to have a good point here in that last Erangel to just set themselves up on 2. Nexus Gaming, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. There's just so many question marks. And on top of that, if for some reason 300 Arik Valley does end up getting knocked off because of the teams that are currently so close to them, end up bopping them off, then Shockwave from Group B becomes that next team that could end up getting pushed off as well. If we get something of the likes of what happened in this last match, if we get the top teams getting eliminated very early on or towards the end, and then a lot of the bottom teams that are currently fighting for that 16th place are still alive, we could see some massive changes for that leaderboard.
That we will. And this is, and you know what? I love the fact that it's ending on my favorite map. It's ending on Miramar, yes. Baby. This is where I want to see all this carnage happens. Yes, we know how beautiful Sanhok can be with, the small map, the chaos. Love it. Erangel is the OG. Miramar is the last one for the day. Now, all these teams know their target. They know what needs to be done. They know how many points they have. They know how many points they need. And they know who is their challenger. Now it's up to you. It's up to you to take control of this next game and get yourself into the top 16. The teams who are in the top 16 and fighting for their life to stay in that top 16. My question to you is, what are you going to do? Are you going to be playing the same strategy, the same play style, the same drop? Are you going to try to play for survival? Wait until you are able to get into the end game? Or what's going to be your call here? The IGL, the analyst, whoever's in charge of that decision, they have a lot to do going into this last game.
Yeah, especially those teams at the top too. They could end up splitting. Usually we talk about teams at the bottom being able to be the ones that are going to be going for that split role, especially when we get to grand final sections. But here, it's flipped upside down. Teams at the top, they got nothing to lose. They're already going to be moving on to the grand finals. Boards Gaming, what are you going to be doing? Kodiak, are we finally going to end up seeing what Kodiak is going to be able to do here? Could they take it a little bit more serious? Could they just continue on the absolute madness that we've been seeing out of this team?
No.
On top of that, you got Cave Esports. You have a bunch of other teams. Team Modern has been able to put up some stats as well here today. They could just try to make life difficult for some of these bottom teams. We already seen some of those engagements. I mean, we saw it earlier on in Sanhok as well. I think it was Kodiak losing to Monaspa earlier on. So if they do end up, if for some reason, let's say Kodiak decides to land on one of the teams that are currently outside the top 16. If Kodiak ends up losing, that ends up favoring those teams as well towards the bottom. But it's easier said than done, because on the madness, you don't know who's going to be able to pick up the gun first. You don't know who's going to be able to have armor or who's going to be able to have utilities to be able to fend off the hot drop. I don't think we're going to end up getting a hot drop here. If it does end up happening, it would have to come down just because of the plane path forcing a hot drop. But besides that, I think a lot of the other teams are just going to be kind of moving around. If anything, we might see some teams trying to catch other teams in the rotation, and that coming from teams at the top like Boards Gaming.
Yeah, that's what we had in the last Miramar, I believe. The plane path was very focused towards the southern side, so we saw a lot of teams drop in. We had a hot drop in Chumacera, we had a hot drop in Picado, we had a hot drop in El Pozo. There was one towards Los Leones, but it was like one north, one south. They weren't close enough to actually fight each other or anything like that. but we still ended up having a couple of hot drops because of that plane path. So is it going to happen again, or are they going to be a little bit more relaxed this time around? We'll find out shortly. And of course, you know what? Now is the perfect time before we get into our final game, boys and girls. Who's going to win this last game? And who do you think is going to make it into the top 16? That's what I want to see. That's what I want to know. Who's going to make it? Who are those two teams in 16th and 15th? Are they going to be able to hold on? Is Secret Way and 1337, or rather, is 1337 going to be able to compete with the likes of Secret Way? I'm not sure, because the point difference isn't that massive. It's not. It's 6 points between 4 teams right now.
Yeah.
So I wanna find out. But you know what? I also want to find out one thing, Seven.
What's up?
Do you know
Which
what
teams
that
are going to
is?
be making it to the top 16? Yes. That's what I
Yes,
want to find out
sir!
too, baby. Because right now, we definitely need to focus a little bit more on some of these teams. There's so much at stake, especially going to the grand finals, that I'm really intrigued to see what's going to happen. Like, especially if you get into a situation where there possibly is, you are forced a hot drop, right, Sandstorm?
Yes.
And you have
Always.
to take the fight. Are you willing to just back off from that fight? Or are you willing to commit to that fight and just, you know what? Like you were mentioning earlier, take matter into your own hands.
It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. No. Because here's the thing. The second you hesitate, I feel like that, like then you're going to look back and it's like, I shouldn't have hesitated. No.
Yep.
Make the choice, commit to it, regardless of what happens, results, if they go in your favor or not. At least you made a decision and you stuck by it. You learned something from it as well. That's the most important thing. As long as you learn something from it moving forward, fantastic. But if you make the decision to go, it's like, okay, you got a knock, but you also lost one of your players. Okay, maybe should we go for the push? Should we risk it? Just go. Because those slight moments that you have, those slight moments of hesitation could be what cause you to lose. So don't think about changing your decision halfway through. Once you've made it, stick to it. That hesitation is going to be the killer of your chances of qualifying. So don't do it to yourself.
We've seen it over and over again, especially with the hesitation. I mean, this is why we've been giving so many props, right, to teams like Boars Gaming, to teams like Kodiak yesterday, Abby Esports as well, because whenever they would set their mind to something, they wouldn't be changing it halfway through. They're like, all right, you know what? We're going to go for it. We're going to hope that our skills and all the practice that we have had is come down to this, and it should end up working. If it doesn't, we can't be changing our mind midway unless something crazy happens. There is certain scenarios where might that be the case, but at the moment, where some of these teams are outside of the top 16, even in the top 16 as well. I'm looking at Monaspa. I'm looking at Destined to Rise. Destined to Rise has been super quiet today. This was a team that we tend to see them a lot more in the past. We saw them being able to just start clutching up eliminations. So far today, every single time we see them, I feel like they're always getting eliminated, which sucks because that was one team that were like, okay, destined to rise, destined to make it to the grand finals. So far, I mean, you are currently within the top 16. You are that 16th place team. Can you maintain it, or will you be destined to go home?
Now that is the question, and that question is being posed to quite a few teams right now, not just that one squad holding on in 16th, not just destined to rise. And the thing is, with having this kind of situation in the last game, where we're going to have 4 or 5 teams on the edge of qualifying, it's either the fights are going to happen from the very beginning, or no one's going to fight each other. Like for the first 5 minutes, 7 minutes. It's either that teams will hot drop each other, or everyone is going to be playing super, super safe. So it's going to be one side or the other, either super aggressive or super safe.
Of the likes of what we saw there in Erangel, I mean, we kind of got a hint of it already, right? With some of those teams just playing super slow, making sure that they were able to loot as much as possible. If they were too far away from the circle, start positioning themselves or just control their area. Kodiak was able to be one of those teams that were kind of trying to fend off people. I think Nexus during the Erangel 2 was one of those teams that were like, all right, you know what? This might be a good area. Let me try to fight for it. We can't get a knock. We got a knock. We got an elimination. Let's not push it. Sometimes you don't want to end up pushing it. Sometimes you want to be able to just stay within that comfort zone, especially with what's currently at stake. If you get an elimination, that's cool. If you don't see the opening to go for that full push for the squad, it's okay. You don't have to take it. Just because you are right there in front of their face, if they're allowing you the time to actually back off, if you are able to back off, and you're not currently being third party, just go for it. I mean, you gotta end up playing your game. All of this is easier said than done, but I'm just excited to see what's gonna happen here on this final match of the semifinals before we go next weekend to the grand finals. I definitely have some favorites already in my head, but anything can surprise, especially with what we've been able to see as we're gonna be jumping in here on the final Miramar. Earlier we got a south plane path, now we're gonna be getting northern plane path.
That we are, meaning hopefully everyone should have a fair chance at dropping wherever they want to be. Maybe the likes of Chumacera might be a little bit too far. No, Chumacera should be fine. Although Minas del Sur, Partona might be a problem. Other than that,
nah, ain't no way a team's gonna go Partona.
Yeah. Well, from this plane path, God no, that's not gonna happen. No way, unless you are forced to because of the zone.
Yes.
Or you just really don't want to fight anyone. Like, really.
What this zone's going to be looking like. I hope we get a chance to see the actual zone.
Hold on. No one going to El Pozo? That's weird. We had a hot drop there a couple of times, but now we get no one in El Pozo? Weird.
Teams are being careful. This is exactly what we've been talking about. I'm just keeping a close eye on anything happening here. Picado.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm looking to see if there's any hot drops. And Picado is one. Montenuevo was clear. 1337 in La Cabrera. Cruz del Valle is fine with Secret Way.
Manaspa and Galaxy are Ooh. Okay.
Now they're gonna regret not going to El Pozo. That is going to be a problem. But I am looking forward to seeing how many teams are going to try to take control of the mountainous areas towards the north and just take that and use that to their advantage. Whether it's gathering information, stealing eliminations, or just pure survival from the very beginning, that area has to be taken over.
I was going to say Monaspa there was very close to Galaxy as well. Star Soldiers, to be completely honest for me, I think Star Soldiers is going to be one of those teams that are going to be set, safe, and sound. With DC Nexus losing a player, getting knocked, I don't know if they were able to confirm it or not. We'll have to wait and find out. But there is at least a little bit of engagement earlier on. And talking about engagement, we're going to have KV Sports going up against Motion. Motion, one of those teams that are scrolling trying to stay alive. And they do it, though. KV Sports has nothing to lose. And there you go. That is it for that player. Motion making their life a little bit harder, as they're only going to be having to play the last match with just 3 players.
Just 3 players. Is it going to be enough for this squad? And the thing is, for Manaspa at that point will definitely make a difference, because it just means they're one point further away from Destined to Rise. Every single point here is going to make a difference for them. Yeah, because that's a cushion between them and another one of the squads. Oh my God, they are looking for that player. They're like, okay, he didn't take the bike, so obviously he didn't come down this way. Otherwise, he would have dipped. So we're wait, hold on.
I feel like it's the scene of Jaws here, where the music just starts playing. Shark is circling you. You're the if you're the Motion player, you're just like, do not make any sudden movements.
You know, I just have an irrational fear of a shark popping up from anywhere. Like when it comes to like any kind of body of water, even if it's like a pool. I don't know why. It's ridiculous. Random confessions with Sandstorm. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm scared of sharks too, man. That's a major.
Not in a pool, dudes. Not in a pool.
Oh yeah, not in the pool. Not to that extent.
Yeah, I'm like bruh. But what if, for a moment, what if?
Is the pool connected to the ocean somehow? There is some
exactly.
out there that is.
Yeah,
there's
I'm just saying,
right? There's a chance for you. I'm over here feeding your fear even more. There's the chance for your fear to come true. As Monaspa's fear is coming true right now. They're currently getting rushed there by Galaxy. one of the players
of
is
all
gonna end
people
up getting knocked. Yeah, of all people, Galaxy is going to be able to secure that elimination. They're going to have to continue fighting here. There goes one more. He needs to secure those eliminations. He needs to watch out that side, though. The side profile, oh, not able to turn just in time. Munaspa, you have to commit to this fight. You cannot back off from it. Your players are still alive. You need to be able to fight it. This is what we've been talking about at this moment. You cannot back away from this fight against Galaxy. Munaspa currently with only 46 points. This would be insane if they actually end up getting eliminated here, making a big chance for a lot of the other teams to be able to catch him up and pass him. What is this player doing? You need to be a little bit more aggressive. Oh, he only has a pistol. That's what happens with this kind of early drops. There you go. Last player standing. Sanhok is going to have to make it out, and he's not going to be able to as Munaspa gets eliminated. 16th place in the last match. Luckily for them, they have at least 2 eliminations. 44 points total, but that is going to become the new cutoff.
But here's
First
the thing,
team
okay?
out. No.
Silver lining. Silver lining. I don't know if they can't hear me, so it's not going to help them. But Galaxy, yes, they lost 1 player, okay? And also, historically speaking, when it comes to the games from this tournament, this would be the best that they can do in a single game. Exhibit A. So, see, they just lost another member. And right now, PUBG Georgia knows that they need to take advantage of this, so Galaxy will be taken out, and that's another one of the competitors gone. Nexus and 1337. Realistically, 1337 are the only ones I think who can properly threaten the likes of Destined to Rise and Munaspa.
Yep.
Motion lost 1, and I believe they also just lost the 2nd. So they are down to 2 players, and they need to secure 7 points to equal 8 to cross Munaspa. Because I think Destined to Rise, knowing that they need to just survive, I don't think they're going to be fighting anyone. So 1337, I'm expecting you to be the one. If there's going to be a change and Munaspa isn't going to qualify, it's going to be 1337 that steals it away.
It is going to be a nail-biter finish here, depending on what's going to happen with some of this team's Galaxy. I mean, this is a team that I have already counted them out for a long time, but they ended up affecting the fight, especially affecting the match and the tournament here for Munaspa, a team that was there within the grass. They needed to be able to secure even more points. You can see Secret Way has already passed one of the other teams, 300 Arik Valley. Meanwhile, Galaxy trying to be able to find some spots here on PUBG Georgia. PUBG Georgia is now going just for style points as they're making the push here for Galaxy. The last 2 players standing. Neutrox going to be able to find one. He's going to see if he can find another one. Line up for me, why don't you? He's going to have to back off. There goes another one. That is 2 out of 3. Can he get the 3rd one as well? Jumps up, gets the next one. Going to be switching up over to the one in the vehicle. Can he get this clutch up? Neutrox not going to be able to. Given a chance. Almost getting the 1v4, but Bagel for PUBG Georgia comes in clutch there in the buggy and is going to be able to restart the full reset for PUBG Georgia, now sitting with 3 eliminations.
The battle of the teams in the bottom of the leaderboard continues as they keep wiping each other out one by one. Galaxy getting taken out, and with that, their journey in PMCO EEU 2025 comes to an end. For now. 2nd season coming soon in like 5 months. 4 months? 3 months. Don't take my word for it. It's sometime in the next 3 months. You know what? This is the perfect time to remind you to follow PUBG Mobile Esports socials. Because that way, you'll find out all the news about all competitions, when they're going to be, and what time they're going to be live. And of course, who are the lovely people that are going to be behind the cameras, commentating and breaking down every moment of the action. Probably won't be me and Seven, but it's fine.
El Poso is going to be
indeed.
at play here. And nobody is
again!
in 1337
Why?
is trying to go there. They need to make this decision quickly for 1337. They need to go for El Poso right now.
Why is no one there? We had a hot jump there multiple times, and now when El Poso is going to be smack dab in the middle of the zone, you are telling me no one is there? That's absolutely wild. But I did mention this though, Seven. I did mention this. I said this high ground, someone has to take control of it. They have to be able to use it to their advantage. And Star Soldiers putting themselves here, I mean, yes, they're already 54 points. They're not going to have a single problem qualifying at this point. But hey, at least they get to chill for the last game.
yeah, they get a chance to chill. They get a chance to be a pain in the butt for some of the other teams that might not have this chance. And this right here, Alpha Esports, playing it super patient. This is a team, I mean, honestly, if we're being realistic, for a team that needs, if they wanted to qualify, they would just have to be sending it. They would just have to be targeting teams. That's what you wanted to see. This is one team that has to do that, but they're just not going to be doing that because we haven't seen any of that from this team throughout this whole tournament. On 9 matches that they have played, on the last match, they sure as heck not going to be doing that anytime soon. Nexus, though, they're sitting pretty with those 36 points. Naspa's currently going to be at 44. They don't know, obviously, exactly what's at stake, but we do. We know that Nexus needs to be able to start securing some eliminations. It's not going to be just enough there with the placement points unless they somehow end up clutching up a win here with those 3 players. Even with just a win, you need to be able to get some extra points just to be safe, because there's so many players, so many teams still alive. You got 1337. You got Motion, even if it's just 2, destined to rise as well. And in a weird world, I even mentioned it, Dizzy, if they get busy, they could go for that top 16.
Let's see just how busy these teams are going to get once this zone shifts and we find out where they will be forced to move. Flyq, you saw that he managed to get another knock. Not sure about the elimination, though, onto SSE. But not going to be a big problem. Right now, Monaspa join the rest of the teams in Group B, who are currently watching this stream and waiting to find out if they made it or not.
If I'm Monaspa, I'm hoping that a lot of the teams there at the top are staying alive. I'm hoping that stuff like this happens here. Modern just being able to find players from Alpha Esports. Not that it's a thing, but you just want all those bottom teams to start getting eliminated. As the news circle, El Posto is going to be a little bit involved too. 1337, it's late rotation, man. This is a little bit of hesitation here from some of these teams. Maybe being extra careful because of the position that they're currently on, but they need to be careful even more now because Secret Way, they have allowed so much time here for Secret Way to make a push up. This is a fight now between Kodiak and KV Esports. Both of these teams are going to be making it to the grand finals. So if this fight, if it's anything, it is going to be just bragging rights. As Lost not going to be able to find the shot there, but Strake from KV Esports will find the jump shot and make sure they eliminate Kodiak. And I was talking about it. If you're Monaspa, you're like, no. That's not what we wanted to see. We want to see Kodiak stay a little bit more alive there at the end. Soak up some more points away from the teams at the bottom.
Teams at the bottom are chilling right now. They are waiting to see what they're going to be forced to do here in the last couple of zones. Because the further the game goes on, the less choices you have, the less options you will have, and you will be forced to play with the hand that you have been dealt. Not a lot of teams have good hands at this point.
Yeah.
So a lot of bluffs being called here, Seven.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to be hoping that they find some kind of full house here in regards to positioning, in regards to where the circle is going to be.
Yo!
Not get damage here from vehicles flipping up and down. And on
that,
top of that
right
getting
there?
spot out like that. Oh my goodness. Tolika ends up getting eliminated. This could be good. This is good in regards for some of the teams at the bottom. KV Esports right now doing wonders for them as Boars Gaming find themselves in a peculiar situation.
Yeah, but here's also a random thing, by the way. Where the hell did KV Sports come from? Not this game specifically, but the fact that they're fourth.
They've been active.
Insane. Yeah, they've been very, very active. I just had, I don't think that we pointed it out enough. We talked about them a couple of times when they were like, hey, they're able to survive. They're able to make it to the end of the zone. But, Sandstorm started talking about them, and then next thing you know, they're dead.
Ooh, and yep. You know what? Gonna be moving on from that one.
Yep. Please, I beg you, carry on.
Nexus Gaming, though, finding PUBG Georgia here. PUBG Georgia making it a little bit harder here for Nexus Gaming as well. Nexus Gaming with those 3 eliminations. He's going to end up getting caught, though.
Nexus
Can't tell if
Gaming.
that was a third party right there. I think it might have been from Star Soldiers.
Yeah, and it's gonna start happening more and more now. Star Soldiers, they're still chilling on that mountaintop, baby. I called it from the beginning. Whoever takes that is gonna be a very important point to hold. But not only that, but how you use that high ground advantage, how you use that area, tells me just exactly how good you are at this game. Right now, Nexus are using the fact that they're in the center of the zone to their advantage, maybe benefiting from the fact that other teams are eliminating any squads around them. But hey, that means you're not getting any points. But right now, they're on 39. They have 3 players, and they are 3 points away from Destined to Rise, which also begs the question, what the heck is going on with Destined to Rise?
Destined to Rise currently having all 4 players arrive. We haven't even seen much of them. That means that they are currently playing passive. They're wanting to not fight with anybody, which could end up working out for them. But it could be risky, could be scary there for that team as Motion. None other than Ibiza trying to see if he can spot anybody. These 2 players, man, it couldn't be in a worse situation outside of the circle, 179 meters away from them, from the being able to enter the circle. But then on the horizon, you can see some teams just holding it down. Alpha Esports trying to see if they can get an engagement here from Boars Gaming. For Aspa Esports, if they can eliminate Boars Gaming here, it could be a bit of a confidence boost for future tournaments. They're saying, you know what, man, we should have been a little bit more aggressive, but you don't know what's going to be happening here as Boars only has 1 player left. There you go. They're going to be able to flush him out. That is it. Getting a little bit of help from Team Modern. Alpha Esports, now the top 3 dogs are out. Not what you wanted to see. If you are Monaspa, if you're one of those teams wanting to get those extra points, we could end up not just seeing one team get pushed out of the top 16. We could end up seeing multiple teams depending on what happens between Nexus, Motion with those 2 players, 1337 with Daisy. I mean, at this point, it's going to be near impossible unless they start fragging out, and they start fragging out right about now.
That is right. They have to do it right now. Right now. Like, start shooting. Right now. Full. I don't care. Just shoot at the wall. Or not. But you see, it's testing to see if he's listening. He was just checking. I was just trying to bait him. But yes, now with the top 4 teams in the leaderboard being taken out, that's exactly what you said. That's exactly what you called. If the teams at the top were taken out and we are left with the teams in the bottom, that just makes it so much more interesting for the final moments of this game. 1337, still 0 points in at the moment, I want to say, but they have a full squad. Dizzy, 0 points, full squad. No need to go to that 24th team in Alpha. You're going to need a miracle. 2 miracles, actually, to make it through to 16th. Yeah,
that's the thing with Dizzy. That's just why that last match was so important. Modern there, Ronaldinho getting knocked. Bottom teams are getting happy about this, man. But if you are Dizzy, you weren't able to really put up a good performance there in the last Erangel, only being able to get 2 points, making your life so much harder here going into this last one. You might be able to get the pickup here. I'm surprised that he actually doesn't want to end up picking up the player. Put him in a safer spot and actually fully picking him up. Let's see what the circle's going to be working with. Nexus getting blessed right there. Star Soldiers going to continue to control that top, the high ground. 1337 though. Secret Way, I want to see what you guys are going to be able to do. Secret Way, I feel like they're in a way that they are secure. They could end up spoiling it here for 1337. 1337 needs to figure out one way to get in here, and I think they will end up fighting AES, which is none other than Alpha Esports. So much at stake, Sandstorm.
So much at stake for so many of these teams here. And the thing is, Seven, they have something they can do about it. In 1337.
Oh, great.
Yes, this is fantastic. This is one of the teams that they are competing with for a spot in the top 16. And the second they know that they have a knock, they make a move.
Wow.
What in the name of rotations is that? What is he doing? He is out in the open. Yes, I understand trying to find an angle, trying to assist your team, but right now you are blocked off. You are not able to help anyone unless you do some damage. And here comes the rest of 1337 trouble Takes down Cause again. Machiavellic forced to push. They have to make sure they don't lose a single member. They have to stay at full strength, and that's exactly what they do. 4 elims. Down goes Dizzy. Down goes Secret Way.
And
Beautiful.
now 1337, they're putting themselves within reach, within grasp of being able to
it's a
hopefully
stone's
pass
throw away,
Manaspa.
7.
They need to be careful though, because guess what? Alpha Esports is currently now starting to hear this action. Alpha Esports is wanting to get some more into this fight. I think 1337 is going to realize that this is a bad spot to be in. I don't know how you're going to get it. There you go. Great placement. That's smart play right there. And they're continuing the fight. They want this. They keep in mind, these players don't know really which teams have been eliminated. What's currently happening here within the table. They don't have the advantage that we have. Oh my goodness. Woodson there almost getting knocked by that nade. Luckily for him, he's going to get a second chance and being able to start healing up. If you're 1337, did you go for it here? Did you back off? Did you focus a little bit more with this situation that they're on? I feel like they gotta go for it. If they can actually take them off on esports, it'll be massive.
There's too much open space behind them that they might get thirded, and then it's all gone. Don't risk it. You don't know who you're fighting. You don't know how many people there are. Yes, you are a full squad, but you don't want to get thirded. You just need a couple more points. And the thing is, the second that zone shifts away, 7, it's away from them and they're forced to move again. That would be a problem. So now they have to find a spot in the zone. Hold on for a couple more minutes, and I think they will have enough. Nexus are hot on their heels as well, though. Destined to rise, finally. Jumping into the fray, they have 1 point to their name, but they are going to need more. The question is, who is this team that they're going to be fighting? Who's this team that they're going to be running into? What a move by 1337.
No.
Too much. Stop. Right here. It's perfect. Oh, God. They took too long. If you got out of the cart earlier, that might have been better, but Woodson fails. But there is backup from another one of the members, and Silence is golden here as he secures another point and another one for his team. 1337 are on a tear. I called it before. When this team has the full squad ready, they are in the driver's seat to take one of those spots. And that's exactly what just happened. They just passed them.
Being able to pass Manaspa on the leaderboard. Manaspa now getting pushed down to 16th place. They're not going to be able to do anything because they're already out. It's going to come down to Destined to Rise. Destined to Rise has been way too quiet this whole match. On top of that, you have Nexus Gaming still alive with 3 players. The tables are moving, ladies and gentlemen. Those switches that we've been hyping up are finally happening. It is coming down to this. 7 teams left. Anything can happen. Changes will be made. The Noisy Boys on the horizon. 1337 making sure that they try to get to the grand finals. Taking shot at everybody. Getting those eliminations and racking up the points. Moving up the leaderboard.
No! Manaspa is out! Manaspa is out! They were overtaken again by Destined to Rise. And 7, I beg you, who is that team in 16th place right now? Because Nexus can pass them. There is a team in 16th.
I've been talking about it. 300
Is it Agravelli?
ARG.
Oh, no! The 300 ARG. The winners of Miramar in yesterday's games with a sensational finish as well. Did it all go to waste? Are we wrong when we say that 1 game, 1 win is enough to get you into the tournament? Apparently, if you mulligan 11 games and win 1, yes, it's not enough. Well, mulligan 9 in this situation.
46 points though. That's where 300 ARG is currently at. Next is starting to get some players knocked. They need to start making sure they stay alive a little bit longer. They need those placement points, and guess who it is? Play Esports is saying, no, you're going to be going home with us. We're going to be making sure we get everybody else here. The grenade's going to be coming through. Damage, going to be able to knock one. You need to be able to confirm this eliminations. You need to make sure you not only get the illim, you confirm it and get those illims, and that's exactly what they're doing at Tribune. Is going for it. He's going to get the knock, and that is it for Nexus Gaming, moving up to 16th place, 300 Arak Valley. Bye-bye, you're going home.
Well, they're staying home because it's an online tournament. But Nexus Gaming, sensational to pull it out in the last game. But we are not done. Because now, 1337, Nexus, destined to rise. Destined to rise with the placement points that they have secured. I think that's it. 300 Arak Valley are out. My God. So many things changing in the final moments, but we will clarify everything when we show you the leaderboard at the end of the day, because right now we have to see who's going to have the final say in today's games. Who will be crowned champion of Miramar, and also who will be the champion. We already know who the champion is. There was really no debate whatsoever. It wasn't even close. You're talking about like 40-point difference between first and second.
To me, there's no champion yet. Champion will be next week, baby.
Of semifinals.
Semifinals.
Yeah. Still, boost of confidence.
That's right, especially for an experienced team like Forge Gaming. The way they've been able to perform today, especially just popping off from all players, not just one, multiple players. 1337, really enjoy what I saw to this team here in this final match, but things could still change. Destined to Rise is still alive. We don't have that leaderboard to look at anymore. We will have to wait and see what's gonna happen when we get to the actual overall. 1337, seeing if they can maybe stop any type of push here from Destined to Rise. Destined to Rise has been super quiet. And 1337, where have you been this whole tournament? Where is this kind of proactivity that we're seeing out of you? I want to see it in the future as well when we get to the grand finals, because my goodness, 9 eliminations. This is exactly what we want to see out of this team. Being able to spot there Ronaldinho from Team Modern still having all the 4 players alive. Nexus with only 2 alive. 1337 with 3. Oh, this is madness. I'm loving this Miramar.
I'm loving this game. I'm loving these groups and the splits that we have. But now, stage 7 closing in 20 seconds. And then those teams will be forced to move slowly but surely towards the center. We're still seeing a fight towards the western side of the map, Destined to Rise. I'll be honest, boys. You may have qualified to top 16 and made it to the grand finals, but this performance cannot be repeated if you make it, or rather when we see you in the grand finals. This isn't it. You had a great start on your first day of competition. You had a decent performance. There was some kind of consistency, but now complete silence from them. But silence from 1337 has been exceptionally loud this game. With the amount of damage that he's done, with the amount of eliminations that he's secured for his team, and just the timing of it. Yes, you may see that he only has 2 eliminations, but one of those illims was him jumping within the last second to defend a teammate and secure the squad wipe. So huge impact on the frags that he has secured.
We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen, though, at the end of this match. Because we don't know for sure what could happen when it comes down to the overall. Yeah, we got a chance to see a little bit of it, but it's not confirmed until we actually get a chance to see it. So I'm just going to stop speculating. I just want to see this team finish off strong here with 1337 continuing to get eliminations. Make it 10. The grenades are coming in. It is Team Modern close by. There you go. Nexus Gaming gets eliminated. Was it enough what they were able to do? What place are they going to end up finishing on? Could it be 15? Could it be 16? We don't know yet. Stay tuned to find that out. As 1337, 3 players still alive. They're wanting to do something. They're not only wanting to finish it off here with a lot of elements. They're wanting to finish it off with a bang, baby. They want to finish it off with a win. And Destined to Rise finally starting to wake up. They were hibernating this whole match, and they're having to move here. They're having to find some angles. They're having to find some eliminations and staying away from all these grenades being thrown their way.
knowing that Kawara decides might just be time to think about a flank towards the right. And he's scouting as much as he can, and now he's finding out so much. I don't think he heard Woodson's jumping. He might have. That's why he started going back. But he's slowly inching closer and closer to this side. And I'm not sure if 1337 expect this kind of flank from him. Thing is, I think he might have heard the footsteps. That's why he's constantly checking to make sure that no one's crouched and slowly crawling towards them. But at some point, 1337 will have to peek, and they will have to come out of cover. Unless they have smokes. Well, it's not really cover. But hey, doesn't matter. The game is going to end within a few short moments. Ladies and gentlemen, the zone is going to be closing for the next 2 minutes. And within those 2 minutes, we find out who's going to be the champion. Goxona from Team Modern, who ended day 1 in their stage with a chicken dinner on Miramar. And that was yesterday. Can they do it again? Here comes Kawara. Oh, he is pushing with this M4. And he's thinking, I want these limbs, baby. Fine. You wanted Destined to Rise to show up? You got it. And Kawara swinging at every single person. And now, Team Modern, 1 player left. Destined to Rise. Can they rise to the occasion here? In a 2v1. Yes, they can. Sona should be taken out here. Still don't know how they are alive, but Kawara has an angle, but still very hesitant to peek. But it doesn't matter. The nade to the face. And it is going to be Destined to Rise, who secure the chicken dinner at the end of the day. And they guarantee themselves in the top 16. And we will see them in the grand finals.
We will see what plays they actually ended up being on that top 16 plays overall. Many ended up working out there for some of these teams. I can't wait to see that overall, but I gotta give some props. 1337. Not only do you take advantage of what happened in the last match, they took matter into their own hands, Sandstorm. You've been talking about this. You talked about it before we went into the last matches. Do we want to see them be proactive? They're like, we got you, baby. We're going to go off and pop off. We want to make sure we hunt teams down, and they were able to do just that. And I just love it when teams are able to play like that. Hopefully, we're able to see some of this in the grand finals from 1337.
Exactly. I want to see more of that because I want to say they tried. They tried showing that multiple times and it just didn't work out for them. Small mistake here, slight overpeak here. Small mistakes. But now they were able to pull it off towards the very end of the game. So well played by them. They didn't get the chicken dinner, but hey, you got the points that you needed. You got at this point. So now you have to look at your play style, see what worked, what didn't work, and you have to alter it a little bit. Because you were coming into this tournament with the mindset of, hey, right now, it's just top 16. That's all I got to do. But the next step, top 4 only. And with how top-heavy we have seen these 3 groups be so far, I think Boars have to make it. Predictions-wise, for like when we're talking about top 4, I don't think Boars are going to be stopped. But I'm very curious about the other 3 teams, though.
Yeah, I think it is going to be interesting with some of the other teams. I mean, we had some good performances from some here and there. I don't want to speculate on that yet. I'll have to wait and see. I'll have to go back to the drawing board. I wish we could get a chance to talk to some of these players too, just to get into their mindset of what has been going on through this match, especially with Kodiak, because today, night and day difference. Black and white, baby. From what happened yesterday to what happened today. Absolutely different. Meanwhile, the MVP for that last match is none other than Goxona from Team Modern, being able to secure those 4 eliminations with 508 damage. But for some of the other teams, if you were in the middle of the pack, as you were talking about top 4 teams that are going to be moving on in the grand finals to the PMSL EU, if you're in the middle of the pack, what can you do? How are you going to be able to readjust? What are you going to be doing within this week from now on Sunday all the way up to Friday when we start the grand finals to make sure you have what it takes to not just be in the middle of that pack, actually make that push towards top 4?
Yeah, the changes that have to be made going into the finals are going to be quite a lot. But you have 3 days of competition to go over. Find out what the mistakes are. Find out other teams, what their rotations are. That's going to be your homework for the next week. You focus on reading that and you see what you can learn from and what you can use going into the finals. And here we see what happened over the course of the last game, Destined to Rise with Thorfinn and Kawara getting those eliminations and that damage. And once again, with the most damage being 566, I expect a lot of players to have around 500, 400 damage with 3 or 4 elims as well. It was a very, very close game. And once again, I am impressed by what I have seen from the team Cave, and I want to see more from them in the grand finals too. I'm very curious.
A lot to be desired, right? They kind of teased us. I feel like they were like, okay, you know what? We're definitely able to perform sometimes, but it's those sometimes going to be consistent enough when we go to the grand finals, and it's not just going to be 5 matches. It's going to actually be 6 matches, and on top of that, you're not going to have any time off. You're going to have to play back-to-back days and be at your best, because there's not a chance to be able to actually have a off time, because it's only going to be the top 4. There's no chance for mulligans there in Sandstorm. You're just going to have to
No, zero mulligans. Zero. You can't afford to have a game with 0 points. Because I'm not gonna say because the second you have a game with 0 points, it's like, oh my god, no, everything's gone. No, it's just the fact that you would be making it. It's like, no need to panic, but you would be making it easier for all the other teams. So the more mulligans and the more mistakes you make, the more chances the enemy teams are going to have. And of course, MVP, none other than Tulika, my boy. I believe I have a Tulika jersey, but I don't want to show it on stream because it's
nice.
A
That's fair.
And also,
hey,
it's
20
too far
eliminations, 2,700.
Yeah, look at that.
And 28 damage. If there's anybody that can make a difference there on those grand finals, it's definitely going to be this player, whether it's in a good way or in a bad way too. For Tulika, man, I'm hoping he fixes up that little overextending he tends to do. Yes, you're being able to put up good performances here, but coming into grand finals, and if you do end up making to grand finals, everything else, it's going to become a little bit harder.
But you know what, Seven? We had the MVP of the day. So now I ask you for the MVP of the semi-finals. And why is it someone from Boars? Yeah, it has to be Tulika again, no? I mean, they have a total...
Based on everything he was able to do, yeah.
Oh my god, it was Tulika! Yeah, it had to be. Like, there's no way it was going to be anyone else. 4,891 damage, 33 eliminations. See, this is why I wanted to mention Boars from the get-go. This is why we talked about them nonstop going into day 1 of the competition. This is a team that already has competed at some of the highest levels of PUBG Mobile. They have participated in PMSLs before, PMPLs before as well. So they have a lot of experience under their belt. So coming into this region, when you mentioned all the extra peaks, I instantly pinpointed what it was. It's just ego peaking. That's what it is.
Yep.
They played in higher levels of competition. So they know it's like, it's fine. But I hope that they realize that it's like, you know what, you can afford to make those mistakes when you're looking at top 16. But you can't afford to make those mistakes when you're fighting for top 4. And I hope that they realize this before it's too late. Because you don't want to like go from like PMGCs, PMGOs, and PMWCs, and then you fail at qualifying from PMCO. That's a hit to the morale.
Yeah, I've even said it earlier throughout the day too. Yeah, you're able to get away with certain stuff like that depending on the bracket level that you are for PUBG Mobile Esports. Right now, you are allowed to do that. And with this team, with the way it's performing, I will be shocked, honestly, if this team, when we end up going to grand finals, they don't end up in a top 4 situation as well, moving on to PMSL. But once you end up getting to PMSL, those teams aren't going to be as nice. They aren't going to be as lenient. They will end up punishing those mistakes. And it just comes down from this situation right here. Don't forget, though, Destined to Rise, even though they were quiet that last match, they were able to get that win. The big one for me, 13-37. Juania getting those 15 eliminations. 15 points, 10 coming from just Illims alone. Nexus Gaming 2, Cave Esports. Consistency from Cave Esports. I think we just want to see a bit more of a pop-off performance. I feel, from my end, that's what I would want to see.
I agree, because when you're talking about their consistency, they're looking at an average of 9 to 10 points per game. Because let's say I noticed them because of how top heavy, we mentioned this before, the leaderboard was, with 3 teams being above 100 points. I only noticed them because they reached 90. Because before, all the other teams were like 50, 40, 60, and then it was 100. It's like, brother, what's the point? But okay, now
I'm
overall
ready.
leaderboard time. All right, all right, all right.
I'm ready to see which top
now,
16
we
teams
know,
are
we
gonna
know
be
the
going on
top.
to the
We
grand
know the
finals,
top.
baby.
I want to see the 16, baby. I want to see 16, 7. Lead the way. Let's go.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Who is it gonna be? Secret Way gets in there.
Secret! Wait, 3 are tied with 49. 3 are tied with 49 points. Oh my God. Oh, wow. What a finish.
Shockwave barely able to make it there with those 49 points. On top of that, 300. I was mentioning it, 300 Aravelli. They were just at risk. On top of that, YBAB from Group B. But everybody else, Monaspa ends up coming just a little bit close, but not close enough. If only they would have been able to survive a little bit longer. But there you go. Boris Gaming, too. We got to give him some props now that we know the top 16 teams.
Yes, sir.
141 points. Kodiak, Abby Esports, all those top teams. I'm telling you, I'm excited for the grand finals. It is going to be absolute explosion of skills coming into the grand finals when we have all this top 16 teams in the same lobby for 6 matches a day.
Indeed, 7. But one thing I do want to talk about while we have the leaderboard here. You want to talk about the consistency. Massive drop for Kodiak. Like, massive. You're talking about going from 83 points. Not even. I think they had more. They were only a couple of points away from taking first place from Abe. And Abe was 100 at that point. Let's call it even. Yeah, I'll give him like 85. So you go from having 85 points, an average of like 15, 16 points per game, to an average of 2 to 3 in the second day. You asked me a question at the beginning of the stream. Are they going to have a pop-off performance again? I thought they would. But apparently the presence of Boars and maybe the other groups, the other teams, the different drops, the different rotations, that might have affected them. But all I know is, Kodiak, you had like a standout performance in day 1, but you needed to do a lot more today to prove to me that, like, okay, hey, I'm going to be a force to be reckoned with in the grand finals. I don't know why it feels like, yeah, you had the consistency one day, but
yeah,
it was difficult. I don't know. A massive fall off for them. I just had to point it out.
Yeah, I think I'll be a little bit more lenient on them because of what I mentioned yesterday. At the end of the day, I think with that kind of performance that they had on day 1, it was going to allow them to just put themselves in situations where they are just not comfortable with, and then figure out, okay, these are going to be our strengths here within this lobby. These are going to be our weaknesses. We know what are going to be our weaknesses. Let's focus a little bit more on our strength when we end up going to the grand finals. Because yesterday, right off the bat, at the end of the day, they knew that with that performance, they were going to be going to the grand finals. They knew that nothing was at stake for them. Try out different stuff. That's usually what we end up seeing teams happen. That could be the case. It could be the case of what you're saying too. We won't know. We will have to wait and find out when we get to the grand finals how these teams will be performing when you have the likes of Hobby Esports, when you have the likes of the K teams. Yeah, that's right. KZ Esports. And on top of that, you have K1. Team Explode 2. It's going to come down, ladies and gentlemen, to consistency. And that's something that you're going to hear us talk about over and over again when we end up being in the grand finals. It will come down to that consistency.
Exactly. And with it, of course, being 6 games, 2 days, it's going to be even more stressful for those teams. 7. I'm excited. Don't forget, 9th and 10th on the same channel at the same time. So I'll be waiting right here.
May 9th, May 10th. Be ready. PMCO EU Grand Finals. Not semifinals anymore. We're over with that. I'm excited. Sandstorm makes excited. Make sure you guys hit us with a follow on social media at the 7WG.
The Wood Sandstorm.
There you go, baby. And we'll see you on May 9th and May 10th for the Grand Finals. Put in an event. We'll be there. Hopefully you'll be there too.